Oh, the noise.
Yeah, I was gonna say somebody's got some noise and I couldn't hear.
Yeah, we're gonna mute. I think it's Jerome. Let me see if I can mute. Okay, that's perfect.
Yeah, you have to mute everyone.
Yeah.
No, I think there's someone else. Hold on.
Okay, so everybody needs to be muted if they're not speaking.
Aileen, if you can mute your, and I see my mom is here. I think she may be in the car. If someone can mute her, that would be great because I'm sure she doesn't know how to.
Okay.
Okay. It's
Okay, so we are here to speak with Princess MBODA, and we're gonna have her talk to us about her experience. I don't have many questions, so how we're gonna do this is you're gonna introduce yourself. You can tell us about your experience, and then at the end, if anyone has questions, we'll do questions then. Okay, so go ahead and introduce yourself, please.
Hello, everybody. I know everybody's on mute, so you can't say hello back. So if I see you wave, then I know that you're with me. I see that some of you guys don't have your cameras on, but I feel you waving in the spirit, okay? Okay, so let me start by telling you guys who I am, because before there was ever physically a Princess MBODA, there was a Letitia Holloway, right? So we'll start there, and just like Sister said, we'll ask whatever questions you guys may have later, because I'm probably going to cover some stuff, but at the same time, I kind of set it up to where I don't cover everything because I want you guys to ask questions because I love to talk. All right, so I grew up on the south side of Chicago in a single parent home with one sibling. My father was deep into his drug addiction. So by the time I was 10, he had already left the house. So my mother, who's here with us, which is amazing because I can never get her to do a Zoom call. So that's awesome. My mother, she was young, but she had a really strong belief that education and church would fix everything for us. So she exasperated a lot of her time working, really working overtime to ensure that my brother and I would have the best educational foundation and opportunities that were available. She pretty much made sure that we were able to attend schools that were either scholastic academies or that were Catholic. They were very costly, to say the least. And I even remember her attending school and getting various degrees right alongside with us. So I applaud her in all of her efforts. And definitely in many ways it paid off. However, my brother and I had much different ideas of what our futures were going to look like. So unfortunately, at 18, my brother was unjustly arrested and he spent the next 4 years of his life in prison. So while he was in prison, he got a couple of degrees. And when he got out, he started his family. He's doing the right thing. He also became an entrepreneur and an amazing example of how to move forward when something like that happens in your life. I, on the other hand, decided to do the opposite of what my mother wanted me to do. And I joined the United States Army, US military. So at 17, I signed on. At 18, I was sworn in. And immediately I boarded an airplane that landed me on the East Coast. At 19, I gave birth to my first daughter. And that's really where my journey began. Becoming a parent changes you, right? Okay, I'm gonna say it a little bit. Becoming a parent should change you, okay? It doesn't always for all people, but it changed me. So at that point, I really started to see the world with a different set of eyes. So I left the military. I became more curious about life. I was informed that I would have to sign my children, or my child at that time, over to someone else that I would entrust to raise them, which of course would be my mother, right? But I couldn't see myself doing that, not because I didn't love my mother and I didn't think that she was doing an amazing job, but instantly I started feeling like it was my job to change the world because now I had children that lived in it, right? So all I could see was everything that was wrong with the world, that it would eventually affect my little girl. And I just wanted to fix it, but I didn't know how. So I literally took the next 15 years wandering around the world. When I say wandering, trying to figure it out, I really literally mean wandering. I traveled from place to place. I lived from city to city, from state to state, just trying to figure out where I belong, what my place in the world was, right? So now, while I was traveling, while I was doing all this, I did some pretty great things. I gave birth to 2 more children. I was married, and then I was divorced. I became an international award-winning spoken word artist. I became a published author. I was ordained as a minister. I was a mentor, motivational speaker. I hosted and created events from the West Coast to the East Coast. I became a well-known radio host and TV personality. Somewhere along the way, I became a thought leader and a serial entrepreneur who now owns about 6 active businesses and a nonprofit. But even with all of that, living life, I still felt empty and I still felt lost. So in the summer of like 2015, I took a break and I went to go and visit my dad. So at this point now, he's my best friend. He has been clean and sober from his drug addiction for 15 years and he lives in California, right? So I had every intention of getting to California, dropping my kids off for the summer and partying my way through the next 2 or 3 weeks because I was just exhausted from life, right? But I have to say that the spirit had other plans. So instead, I actually ended up sick as a dog. And I was trapped in this room for like the next 2 weeks, which seemed like my whole vacation. So something, maybe it was God, maybe it was boredom, I don't know. But something in the course of those days led me to watch a YouTube about generational curses. And I remembered listening intently, crying uncontrollably. And over the course of the next few days, taking my laptop and creating a list of every single family member that I could name. Next to each name, I would know what their personality was. The good, the bad, the ugly, what they were doing in their lives, what they weren't doing in their lives. And what I noticed was that we didn't just look alike, we were alike. We were the same people, right? And that made me start looking at myself as a completely different entity. It made me begin to question what, where, who I come from, why we all suffered in the same manners, why we responded the same way, why we acted the same way, why we looked the same way. And so I logged into Ancestry DNA, an account that I had literally had since 2014 and had done nothing with. And I started working on my family tree, okay? I started calling the elders of my family. I started asking aunties and cousins questions. And I know they thought I was just crazy during this time with the types of questions that I was asking. I started recounting the multiple times when I would be mistaken for Nigerian, right? I remember there was a time when a Nigerian woman walked up to me and she began speaking her language. And my response to it was, I don't know. And she got so upset with me, she started waving a finger in my face. And it took one of the younger ones with her to explain to me that she thinks that I'm Nigerian. And I'm like, no. I can remember the multiple times when my answer has been with a great attitude. I am not from Nigeria. I am from Chicago. Okay. I'm from the block. I had only seen Africa at this point in my life on TV, right? I think Color Purple was probably the extent of my African journey. So for years, I worked to discover the history of my family at that point. Eventually, I was able to take the DNA test for Ancestry DNA, because remember, 2015, I was broke. So I had to scratch up my little coins so that I could pay for the test, because the test was a little bit expensive. But when I took the test, it revealed that I am 85% African. You don't say. Am I? And I started to try to break down the different percentages that they had, or you're 20% this, and you're 15% this, and you're 1% this. And I continued to work on my tree, but I have to admit, it was hard, y'all. It was hard. I would work sometimes for months straight, and then I would just give up because I felt like I was not making any kind of progress. I had family members who were just not interested in what I was doing. My grandmother, who had grew up in Meridian, Mississippi, she refused to believe that we were Africans, because her memories, her recollection was her own grandmother being Native American, a beautiful Native American woman who did not speak English. She had no English vocabulary, and she lived in her backyard in a teepee. So who am I to tell you that we're African, right? She wasn't trying to hear that. So I was stuck. And I learned that our history was so distorted. It was so hidden behind all of these layers. And unless I could afford to buy a historian, and I couldn't, I would probably never really know who I was. So every so often, something would spark me to get up and try again. And I would. And when I would try again, I would uncover a new set of names, or I would uncover some memories from family members who are all of a sudden ready to talk, because now they're like, oh, wow, I'm excited about what you're doing. And after a while, I would lay my research aside, and that would help prevent the frustration that took the fun out of it, right? Because if it's not fun, you just get to a point where you're like, I don't want to do this anymore. So in 2020, after doing all this research and coming to a point again of just being like, you know what, I'm done with it. Whoever they say I am, that's just who I am, right? I've done some good stuff. I don't need to know about Africa. I'm okay. I came across the African DNA test. And once again, I scratched my little coins and I sent in a swab. And baby, when I tell you that test came back and told me that my mother's were 100% BAMILEKE from Cameroon, I didn't have any clue what that meant. But I started joining every single social media group that I could find with the word Cameroon and BAMILEKE in it, okay? And on one of those days, one of those groups that I was in had a Zoom meeting, kind of like this one. As a matter of fact, it was this one. In that meeting, we were talking about Cameroon and the many different connections to that diaspora. And I raised my hand because I'm a question asker. If you know anything about me, Letitia is going to ask a question. And if nobody else has nothing to say, I'm going to be the one to have something to say. So I raised my hand and I made a statement about the frustrations that I had been feeling as an African born in America that was really told or taught that Africans born in Africa don't really care for us. And a man by the name of Monty, and I think I just saw him join, my brother, yep, he's there. He took the time to explain to me how that was so far from the truth. It was like he looked right through the camera, right? And he looked at me and he said, sister, we fought for you. And that brought me to tears. That broke me down emotionally, right? to know that we weren't just thrown away like we were told, to know that we were loved and we were missed and they fought for us, gave me a whole new sense of pride, and it drove me to go back to my research. I also want to make note quickly that in that discovery, eventually I started having other family members to test. My father's father turned out to be 100% Mbezili, which is also Cameroonian. My father's mother turned out to be Bubi, which is also Central Africa. My mother's father turned out to be 100% Spanish and Portuguese. And I'm not gonna lie, I was petrified when I found that out, but I realized where this hair came from at the same time. I actually found out why we were in Bana in Cameroon. And the elder was able to kind of explain to me like, well, that makes perfect sense because the Portuguese and the Spanish were the first ones to invade this area. So it was, it allowed me to be able to put those two pieces together. So after that particular meeting, I reached out to Monty. And during our conversations, he advised me to read a few books by this man named Elder Malidoma Some. Because in Monty's words, Elder was one of the people who had the closest teachings to the BAMILEKE tribe. So I ordered a few of his books as he suggested, and I read them. I'm an avid reader, so it was nothing for me to read them, but I was so impressed by the words that I found that I started researching the author. And I found out that Elder Malidoma Some had a retreat center in North Carolina where he held classes and he hosted retreats on different topics like ancestor veneration and elementals and things of that such. I immediately signed up and I started learning as much as I could about the culture. So the next time I spoke to Monty, I was like a little kid, right? And mind you, we're like, I think I may be a couple years older than him. And I'm like coming to him like, guess what I did, right? So I mentioned to him that Elder Malidoma was sponsoring a trip in Burkina Faso, Cameroon. And I had been invited, and I really wanted to travel to Africa, but I wanted for my land to be the first land that I went to. And so while I wanted to go with Elder Malidoma, I really wanted to make sure that when I went to Africa, I was going to see my people. And he agreed, he understood that. And so we started planning my trip immediately, right? So in the interim, I continued to study under Malidoma. I traveled to North Carolina. I learned so many things from him, like how to venerate my ancestors, how to care for them, how to honor them correctly. I began to discover my own identity, right? I learned about the different African technologies, the different belief systems. I underwent rituals, and eventually I received my Baby name from Elder Malidoma in February of this year. Elder passed away, and he became one of the ancestors that he so humbly taught us about before he passed over. But he never got a chance to take that last group of students to Burkina Faso. So with that, I was actually really happy that I had listened to my spirit, and had started planning that trip with Monty. So after anticipating and planning for months, because we literally planned for months, Monty, myself, and my personal assistant traveled to Cameroon in May of this year for about 30 days. Now, during that time, I was able to explore the land. I met amazing people who became family while I was there. I learned things that I would never have been able to learn here. There are just certain things that you have to be there to learn, right? So before I arrived, I was already aware that I will receive my welcome. And I know that many people here will call that like your chumba ritual. So I already knew that we would do that. And I also knew that I would receive my African name, but it wasn't until that I was actually in the midst of the ritual that I learned that the king of BAMENDJOU would also be adopting me as his child. I was stunned. I was completely caught off guard. And And I don't proclaim to know everything about African belief systems because I don't. But I do know that many people don't move without the support of the ancestors. If the ancestors don't instruct them to do something, they don't do it. So they had to be consulted before this decision was made. It wasn't a decision I made. It wasn't a decision that King made. King made the decision to listen. And so I was completely taken back from all of this as I learned. As I stood before Foe, which is King here, fighting back the overflow of tears, right? Because I didn't want to be too emotional. Being named after his very own mother. It was at that point that I realized that everything that I had done up until now was a culmination of the ancestors supporting me as I had asked them to, right? So here we are. I wouldn't say that that was the end of a journey, but I'm going to say that was the end of a path that led to a completely different one. And so that's the story. I know that you guys have many questions, and I didn't want to get too detailed because I want to allow you guys to ask whatever it is that you want to ask. But let me say this before I say anything else. I do see my family here, but it just kind of took me by surprise. My fiance is here and he has the same color on as me. And that's funny because he's not even in the house as me, but we have the same color on. So, hey, babe. So yeah, if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask and we'll go from there.
Wow. Wow. I mean, that's amazing. Thank you for sharing your story. You know, it's just so amazing. And you know, when you were speaking about your mom and the struggle and everything at the start, it just reminded me any BAMILEKE mother, you know, when you travel back home and then you see how our mothers struggle for us, and then that's why somehow we grew up and then we got a lot of respect to our mom and grandmother. And I mean, it's exactly the way you explain it is exactly the way we look at our mother and then we respect them. And I'm gonna tell you, I mean, I'm 53 today. I've never argued with my mom, and I've never you know, like had anything like anything you do, you actually a bit mindful, saying that, okay, if I do it without going to please my mom, everything, because you look at the struggle they went through for us to be here today. So honestly, I love that part of the story you just share now, and you know, it's just amazing. It's amazing.
Absolutely. My mom is an amazing woman. I don't think I could have done it the way she did it with the resources or the lack of resources that she had. I'll say this. I've learned so many things about the difference between our culture and the African culture. What I've learned outside of the differences is the similarities. Yeah. We do things that we don't even realize are so African. My mom has been sharing my birthday with me since I was a kid. If I say it's my birthday, she's like, happy birthday to us, right? If I have children, I had a birthday, I turned 40, and Monty and I have become friends since then, right? And he came to celebrate with me because I had like 5 parties this year. Yeah. He came to celebrate with me and my family. Monty bought gifts. And
everyone has got a lot of questions. I'm going to let everyone else speak. Okay.
Can you think of anything? Hi, my princess. This is Deborah, Auntie Deborah. And I want to say, you portray courage to take this journey and start it, and very inspiring to do this. Because I've been on the visual journey with you, but now hearing the verbal journey, how you started and went through it and took the initiative to go deeper and not just let the trail get cold, is taking a journey as if I was literally watching a movie. from start to finish. And I want to thank you for sharing and having, I'm just going to say this, having me along for the trip and now the story. So thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome, but let me thank you. For those of you guys who don't know, Deborah in here in Chicago, she does a lot. She's like a real advocate for like the senior citizen community. She's like a spoken word artist. She does a lot of amazing stuff. So when I was in Africa, what she doesn't know is she helped me with learning how to negotiate the African way, okay? So we were shopping, and when I was speaking to her, she was saying that she wanted this chest. She said, if you can find a chest set, because I used to have one, you know, I would love that. I said, okay, cool, no problem. So we were in this little market and they had a chest set that was beautiful. I'm like, oh, this will be perfect for her. She had already given me the amount that she wanted to pay for it, right? And I'm a Chicagoan, so I'm like, Jewtown, let's get it. What you say? We ain't paying that, right? But Monty had to step in and show me like how to really negotiate. And I think we ended up getting, man, more stuff that we could pack in our suitcases for like, for just a couple of dollars, right? If you're ever gonna go to the land, I have to stress this. The art of negotiation is like the BAMILEKE way. If you don't know how to negotiate, you are not BAMILEKE, you are not. So thank you for giving me that crash course in negotiation that you didn't even know that you were giving me.
I mean, you definitely
And I would
right.
tell you, it's not just there. I was part of a group called American Institute for Foreign Study, and we went to Kenya and went to the University of Nairobi there on the east coast of Africa. And I think they kind of get insulted when you don't bargain with them. They like to challenge. So yeah.
Thank you.
I got a question for you.
Sure. Is that Mr. Jerry? Okay.
Yes, it is. I'm sorry, I forgot to put my camera back on. Okay. Yes. Before I give you my question, I want to congratulate you on your trip and your journey and what you have found. And it's nothing like knowing who you are. And yeah, I can see that in you and listening, and I can witness with you to that. And then thank you for your journey, being in the military. I always like to honor those things, and your ministry, everything that you have done up until this point. I was really taking it in and listening at how, and I'm building to my question, and listening and taking in all that you have done and how you done it and what all it entailed and what it took for you to get where you are right now. In that, my question would be, how did it make you feel when you found out your history was distorted? And then after you found out it was distorted that way, did this affect you in any kind of way after you found out the ancestors? You could honor them. It was okay to do that. How did that affect your ministry? Did it change anything? Those type things. Was it better? And the reason I'm asking that, I have seen things in the church that I grew up in, and I saw where one day I was at a funeral, and after learning about you and finding who you are, you begin to see things, like you said, differently. I saw Africa when I saw the people shouting. It was something that came from Africa. It wasn't nothing to do with what had been brought to America. It was already Africa. And Brother Monty's always told me, you know, this stuff that we have is already in us. It's just never left us. They can't take it out of us. I mean, there's a big history behind a lot of this, and I could keep going, but I just want you to see if you can answer my part of my question. I want to give everybody else a chance. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you, Mr. Jerry Ashe, for everything that you just stated, because that's a huge part of the journey. I don't think that you could take the journey without being changed in that manner. So when I found out that I was BAMILEKE, as I said, I was extremely excited. When I found out how distorted our history was, when I would look and I would try to find, you know, the different names, and everything would stop at slavery. And then you would get to some cities and you would see that, oh, everything caught on fire in 1902. And now the history doesn't exist. Oh, wow, magic fire happened. How is that? You know, those things, I stopped letting those things deter me at that point. It actually made me stronger, and it made me more determined to prove who I am. It made me more determined to solidify, not in just my mind, but in my heart, that I was bigger than that, right? I think a lot of people stop, and this is no offense to anybody on their journey, wherever you are, congratulations to you, and I pray that you continue to go. A lot of people stop at Hebrew, right? I'm just going to say it. We were something before we were Hebrew, and that's where I am on my journey. I am now learning about the something that we were before we were Hebrews. And it's an amazing thing to know. It's an amazing journey to be on. To be able to walk in your true identity is a feeling that I just cannot describe it. Right. As much as I don't even know if we have enough time for me to describe it. I would tell anybody who is really serious about taking their journey to be open-minded, right? Because there's so many things that we have learned to be correct that you will quickly find out was a flodge. It was a smoke screen. We go beyond the church. Absolutely. The church is important because that we needed that, right? When we were coming out of slavery, when we're in slavery, after slavery, we needed that because it kept us grounded. But just like Mr. Jerry said, far beyond those things, those traditions, the words that we read in the scriptures, all those came from somewhere, and they did not start on the day that the church started. There is something called before Christ, BC. And I'm gonna leave it there. And I hope that you take that, and that gives you some sort of a fire to go out and research and find out exactly what it is I'm talking about. My ministerial journey has not stopped me from keeping my eyes open, because I can still preach. I can write 4 or 5 sermons and still honor God. I still honor my ancestors. I don't worship my ancestors. I honor them. And I've learned that there is a correct way to do that and still understand that God is still here, right? My ancestors are here to support me, and I allow them to do that. And it has changed my life tremendously.
That's beautiful. So what you're basically telling me, there are some things that we have learned in America coming through enslavement that we were taught from a biblical perspective here, that there were things left out that was a part of our Africanness, if you want to say it that way, that was taken from us. And we believe that's this and this, and if it's not like the way we do it here, it's not correct. But yet we still did those African ways. We still say those words. See, I'm in North Carolina, and we still have some of the words like, y'all give me some of that. You know, you almost can hear us speaking some of the African language through some of the people that were here in North Carolina, South Carolina. We cut words short. And, you know, that came from the Sapporo Island, some of it. So anyway, I can keep going. I got to hush.
No, thank you. You're absolutely correct. Our history was hidden for a reason. Yeah. And to make a long story short, it is up to us to take our ashe back. For those of you who do not know what the word ashe means, at its core, ashe means power.
Yes.
Right? It means power. So we have to take our ashe back, because they're not going to give it to us. They never have. And now, because we're even so much smarter, right? We've elevated so much. We have so much access to information. They're going to try to hide it even more. So we got to look for it.
Exactly. Absolutely. Thank you very much. Very good.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. I have a question. Can you hear me?
I sure can.
Yeah. So my name is Boris. I'm from Cameroon. I was born and grew up there in Cameroon. I currently live in Europe, mostly in Switzerland. And I first want to thank you for the journey and for sharing all this experience. It's really, really wonderful to be able to interact with you and to learn from you. That being said, I have a question. My first question is, or I have two questions. My first question is, what did this encounter and travel change on a practical term for you in terms of your outlook of life or outlook towards life and towards other people around you? In a practical terms, what's kind of new to you since you kind of own this identity? This is the first question I have. And the second thing is, when you went to Cameroon, is there anything that you noticed that could be improved? Is there anything, I guess you like many things, but is there anything that you were like, oh, maybe this could be improved? This is something that's different. Like, I would like to know about your critical mind as a Cameroonian to see, okay, how is it for a sister to come back and what does she find nice and what does she find not so nice? Yeah, that's the second one.
Okay, thank you, Boris.
Thank you.
So to answer your first question, daily living has changed for me because I think I'm beginning to take more of the cultural aspects on in my daily life. One thing, I was already strong in my spiritual foundation because my mom has always been strong in her spiritual foundation. Now I've been in the church since I was 7. I've been able to expand that, into more of a meditation, like I said, and the ancestor veneration, those things. I consider cultural things more now than I did before. We were always taught, as I stated before, that Africans don't like us. And now understanding that that's not the truth, I am able to come out of that disdain that I had for Africans, right? Because I didn't understand. And I'm able to be a lot more friendly, if I could say it that way, a lot more accepting of the culture that they have. I look at things from different aspects now. I'll give you an example. When we talk about elephants, we're talking about elephants that we saw in the zoo and on TV. Let's be honest, right? But when an African is talking about an elephant, there are so many things that we don't understand that are culturally connected to that African. You may hear a proverb that says, a mice can defeat an elephant or something or another. I'm not getting the proverb right. Please don't quote me. But if you look up African proverbs, I guarantee you there's going to be something about a mouse and an elephant. And you're like, that doesn't make sense. How in the heck can a mouse defeat an elephant? In order to understand those type of proverbs, you have to understand the cultural background about what an elephant truly means, what a lion truly means, what a leopard truly means. Those animals mean something to them. It means something. And so when you hear an African, especially an elder, talking about those things, I've learned to not just let it go, right? I've learned to either ask or do my own research to figure out what are they really talking about. The other thing I've learned is to have patience, especially as a business owner, because me, when it's time for the board meeting to happen, I'm like, okay, let's go get your pens. Let's talk about this money. What we doing? That's me. But what I've learned to do is I've learned to slow down, right? I've learned to greet people better. I've learned to care how your family is doing. How is your mother? How is your father? How are your children? Because guess what? In most African communities, they're not even going to talk to you about business if they ain't talk to you about your family first. So you can come in there with your American chest stuck out if you want to. They're going to look at you like you're crazy. And they may not say a word to you. And if they say a word to you, they're going to treat you just like you treated them, like a client. You don't want to talk to me like we're family? I'm going to treat you like a client. We're going to do just that. And so I've taken that with me now everywhere I go. I already had the, yes, ma'am, yes, sir, in me because it was ingrained in the military. I already had the respect for my elders because my mama wasn't playing that, right? But there are things now that I take with me, and I hold it so dear to heart because I've been able to see it from another aspect. When you talk about improvements, I mean, we all got something, right, that we can work on. But one thing that I will tell you that I noticed, and me and Monty talked about probably every time we hit the streets, was how Africa has been invaded by the foreigner. And you may just think, oh, of course, there was slavery. No, modern day, they have still been invaded by foreigners. When you talk about dispelling the lies, we were riding, and for miles, all you could see is palm trees. And I'm like, excuse my language, what the hell is palm trees doing in Africa? Monty said, because they African. I'm like, what? I thought palm trees was California. Wait a minute. Nobody ever told me this, right? We would go to restaurants and I would not see African owners. I would see Arab owners, Indian owners, Chinese owners. They were not our people. And so one of the improvements that truly needs to be made is we need to step our feet back on the ground, and we need to take our land back, and not in a way that we want to commercialize it, not in a way where we want to go and do the same thing that they've done and come in and just take all the money because it's up for the taking. No, there needs to be programs. There needs to be ways that we can come in to help our people, not to exploit our people like they're already being exploited. One of the things that I was serious about when I walked on the land is that I knew that when I left there, I was going to be purchasing land, and that I was going to take that land and I was going to do something with it that mattered. It's not about the money. It's enough of that here. I have 6 businesses. It's enough of that here. There's enough of those opportunities here. My plan for the land that Monty helped me to negotiate and purchase, because he is the negotiation master, I'm just going to keep saying that, is to take that land and structure it in a way that it still maintains the quality of the culture and the traditions of BAMILEKE, right? The money is secondary. Spirit is going to make a way for that to happen, and it's going to support itself. But if I'm not coming back home to help, then I might as well stay on 65th and Peoria in Chicago. What the hell am I doing there? So I hope that answers your question. I think Mr. Child has a question. If someone can unmute him.
Can you hear me?
I sure can. How are you?
Okay, fine. I don't have a question. I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I'm one of those rare people who actually have the DNA matches in Africa. From 23andMe and to Ancestry, to Family Tree DNA. My quest started in 2018 when I discovered I had African DNA matches on all 3. And some of them wound up on all 3 DNA sites. So I've actually traveled to Africa to see my DNA family. I've actually lived with them in Togo and Ghana. I spent several weeks there. I guess the thing that amazed me mostly was how our families still mirror each other. You know, I was, from my great grandmother on up, it was always, you got to go to school, you got to get an education, you got to do this, you got to do that. And so I did that. And when I got to Africa and we got settled in, I walked around the house in Tema, in part of Accra, and I said, geez, where are all these college degree things hanging on the wall? Who are they? And pictures of everybody in caps and gowns. Well, short story, before I left, also discovered that I had African family here in the US who were born in Nigeria, who were born in Ghana, who were born in Togo, who were born in Benin. And they'd come here to Princeton and Vanderbilt and became doctors. One's a financial analyst with Delta Airlines. So when I get ready to go to Africa, I just called Cyril and said, hey, you know, I'm I'm ready to go. When can you set me up with a first class flight out of JFK? But the most exciting thing was when I landed in Accra and walked through the door in the airport. It's like everybody knew who I was. There were about 8 people there, and the rush was on. And of course, when I left, I had to leave in an emergency because there was a death in the family back here. I've gone through security, and all of a sudden, this shout came up. And because of my age, I get the deference of being daddy. I get the reference of being Uncle Lewis. And the shout was, Uncle Lewis, yes. Where are you from? And I immediately, without even thinking, shouted out the name of the ancestral village in the Lower Volta and Quetta. And who are your people? Airway. And it was, people were astounded that there was an African American in that airport, and he shared DNA with these African people in Ghana and from Togo and Benin. So we get, matter of fact, Bridget wanted to be on this Zoom, but unfortunately she is in Australia, and it's Monday morning in Australia, and she's on the way to the office. But the families mirrored so much, and of course, we went to Cape Coast and Elmina, but that's not where my folks came from. My folks were in a little. I saw the ruins of Fort Presidency in Quetta, and up the road a little bit in Porto Seguro that the Portuguese owned. It was a slave house, and the slaves actually lived underneath the floor where the Portuguese lived upstairs. And before I went, I said, well, I got to go to Cape Coast to see where my folks came from. He says, oh, no. We will take you there, but then we will take you exactly where your people came from, what slave house they were in. And it was the ruins are still there. But I chanced to walk on the beaches in the lagoon where my ancestors walked and feel the cool breeze on my face that they felt. I got to be a part of several different ceremonies. My folks, fortunately and unfortunately, are mostly Christian now, as very few of the old things that happen. They don't do much of that. As a matter of fact, I said, "Are we going to do this? We're going to do that." The church, no, we're not. But I just want to share a little bit. Yeah, I'm proud to, at 81, to have been fortunate enough to actually find my DNA in Africa, and actually go there and mix and mingle with the folks. I am pretty much involved in genetics because I know that paper trails run out. So my genetic study, my genetic transfer has taken me to the place where I know who my people are through my genetics. I know what the R-L23 and R-M29 is, who has it, why they have it, how long it's been around, and why it's come down to me. So if you run into those courthouses that burned in 1902, get DNA Painter, get some of the other DNA sites, and kind of lock yourself in on the whole genetic course. And then you're gonna find, if you study genetics, you will take yourself a lot further beyond that brick wall, and also beyond those courthouses that burned. I got lucky, and that I took the Y-DNA test, and one of the guys who I matched in the Y-DNA test was a PhD genetics professor. And so that was a lucky stroke, and we've been able to really make connections on both sides, all the way back through into Africa. And of course, you all know that among African-American males, 20-25% of us carry some white man's gene. And then you do about it, the Y gene just keeps transferring on and on and on. So I've been able to process that trail too. I know who raped my great-great-grandmother, and I know who she was now because of genetics. And I've been able to trace that. And trying to share it with a lot of my young family members here. Those who want to learn, some don't want to learn. They don't have the desire to know more. But anyway, just wanted to share that a little bit with you. I see myself, I'm 87% sub-Saharan. Most of that is West African, from Ghana and Togo, and some from Nigeria, which is all down the same coast. But that's my little bit. I enjoyed what Princess was saying, and I can certainly attest and agree with almost every bit of it, because I had the same feelings and shared some of the same experiences. Okay, I'm off my soapbox. So,
thank you, Mr. Child. I appreciate that. I'll definitely be looking into the genetic studies. I know Mr. Jerry had kind of mentioned some of the same things when we were waiting for everybody to come. I will agree that when you get to Africa, that feeling of not knowing anyone goes away. Everybody greets you. Everybody is friendly. That's not to say that you're still not going to run into something that's not good, right? Because we just don't want to live in fairy tale land. But for the most part, everybody is great. We had a discussion. When I say we, I'm referring to Monty and I. I noticed that everyone kept calling me Mommy. They would, Mommy, can I help you, Mommy? And I said, Monty, I'm not old. Do I look like somebody auntie? Like, do I need to change my clothes? Like, what is going on? Why is everybody calling me Mommy? Like, to me, that felt like, I was an elder. And he had to explain to me that it wasn't about your age. It was about your spirit. It was about what you gave off. It was about what they see in you, so I stopped thinking that I was an old lady and I started realizing that they saw in me. They saw in me what they saw in me, and I had to accept that.
Well, mine was about age. Mine was about age because I just, there is such a deference for elders that I'd never seen before.
Yep.
I mean, crossing the border from Ghana into Togo, the border guard came to the car and called me daddy, and he says, "Oh no, daddy, you don't touch. You come get in the car. I'll bring your bags. You sit in the air condition. I'll come. I'll do this. I'll do that." Wherever I went, I think I was in my late 70s. Wherever I went, it was, oh, I wake up in the morning, the young lady's in the house in Togo. "Oh, daddy, are you ready for breakfast? I fixed your breakfast. Lunchtime, daddy, would you like to have a beer? I'll get you a beer. Oh, no, daddy, you sit here. This is no problem. No, daddy, don't drink that water. You drink the bottle with the blue top on it." So, and then that all had to do with the ones who were a little older called me uncle. I was uncle to everybody who was probably 50 and under, 60 and under. An old man.
Thank you. My Cam, you have a question? This is your show.
I think I'm gonna pass it on to Sister Kathy first, because BAMILEKE, we always let our woman on before, so she's gonna go with her question first. I'll go after her.
Thank you. Hi, Princess. Haven't seen you in a while. Hi. I thank you. I feel so blessed that you invited me to your podcast. I think this is amazing. But it's more of a question, as well as I can relate to the journey. As I was raised Christian, but at some point I sat in service and something in my spirit just didn't feel right. I felt like I wasn't connecting. I felt like there's more in my relationship with the Creator than what the pastor was saying in the pulpit to me. So I went home and I asked my children and my grandchildren a question. I said, "What is your history?" And they looked at me and they said, "Well, what do you mean? What is our history?" I said, "Talk to me about what do you think your history is?" And they said, well, we were enslaved. And I said, okay, so what else? And that's all they could tell me. And it broke my heart because at that point I felt like I failed them because I had to tell them, you were more than a slave. Us down to believe that's all we were. You were kings and you are a great people. And I believe I do understand finding I do understand finding that connection with the creator that's just between you and him, that no one can give you but you. So I really can't wait to talk with you more on a personal base about your journey and about my journey. I am just so excited and so happy for you and proud of you and your growth.
Thank you, Sister Kathy. I didn't even realize that was you until your picture popped up. So Kathy here in Chicago, well, not in Chicago, she's outside of Chicago. She's in a suburb called Pembroke, who used to be the richest Black farming community in the world. And she is really making some waves out there. If anybody is interested in doing a CCL class, which I highly recommend, I actually took my entire staff to take her class because I need all shooters around me because the world is crazy to get my CCL and my FOIA card. So if you guys are in Illinois, you know somebody in Illinois, definitely see Kathy. I think what you're saying is amazing. And it definitely starts with our families. We got to leave here, right? And the reason why we're lost, not the only reason, but one of the reasons, is because that oral tradition went away, right? We somehow escaped the oral tradition. And we have to communicate with our children about what we're doing. When I decided to start taking this journey, my kids are on here. My son is 10. My daughters are 22 and 16. They're here. Like I told you, my fiance's here. My mom is here. I was very loud about what it is that I wanted to do. I remember my son being probably in the second grade, and he came out of school one day and he had his big lip out on the ground. And I'm like, Jonathan, what is wrong with you? And he just stopped and he looked at me and he said, Mom, I just want to go to Africa. That's all. I'm like, what in the world is this boy talking about? But in his heart, he knew. And that's all we talked about was Africa. And I remember him writing Africa on a piece of paper, and I took that piece of paper and I taped it to my desk, and he would see that every day. And we planned, we're going to go to Africa one day together. We're going to go to Africa. When I started making that journey, that's him shaking his head right there with the red shirt on and the dreadlocks. We talked about everything. I included my mom. My mom was like, girl, you going to Africa by yourself? You don't know them people? And I'm like, I don't know these people either. I included my fiance in what was going on. And I'm going to tell you, you have to have a support system. You have to keep them involved in what you're doing because you need that. When I got there, I didn't realize it. And I had been overseas before, right? But what I didn't realize is that things like torrential rains happen. And you can be in your hotel room minding your business, typing on the laptop, and rain starts and it takes out all the power. And then you can't call out because you don't have any reception, TV, anything for the next day, And those things happen. It's real life. And unless my fiance and I had a type of communication where he understood what was going on, it would have been a problem. So you have to keep your family close so that your journey doesn't cause a disconnect in your household. It's very important. It's very important. If you don't have family, that's something different. If you're walking this journey alone, get some friends and find a group of people who are walking the same journey as you, so that you can have people to communicate and express these things with, because this is a lot to try to hold on to by yourself. You need somebody to talk to. You need somebody to cry with. You need somebody to ask questions with. Just like I've taken the journey, but there are so many other questions I had. People like Mr. Childs and Mr. Jerry are able to say, hey, do this and try this and see if it works. Always be open-minded. Always be willing to listen to the advice of others. The scripture says that you got to learn how to filter things out. What they say, eat the meat and spit out the bones. You have to know how to do that. And this is the perfect space to practice that in, if you haven't practiced it your whole life. So thank you, Kathy. Okay. Did my cam disappear? I know.
No, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I see you. There you are.
Okay. Yeah, my question was on the spiritual side. I know that coming from a very, very spiritual background. And then when you found out that you was BAMILEKE, and then you start learning about the BAMILEKE way of honor our ancestors and everything, does that get you a bit confused, or you got scared? Because I know that sometimes some Christian says that if you actually honor your ancestor, you cannot worship the Lord anymore. So what was your reaction to that after you learned more about your people?
My first reaction was fear. Not fear for myself, but fear of how I would be judged by people who didn't understand my journey, right? So for a while, I was very quiet. And if you know me, that is not my character at all. There is nothing about me that is quiet. And it made me feel entrapped to the point where I had to say, I'm breaking out of these walls, and either you're going to hear me or you're not. But that's going to be your decision and not mine. And so I have since just began to become comfortable with who I'm becoming. When I learn, I teach others, and it's up to you what you want to do with it. When you're growing up in church, of course, you're taught that the ancestors are a no-no. Don't do that. Don't talk to ancestors. We don't do that here. But once again, as we talked about before, every single thing, that we do comes from somewhere else. And most of the time it's coming from Africa. If you're on Facebook with me, you see I make a lot of jokes. And I always say little things like, y'all say y'all don't do that voodoo stuff, but then you turn right around and say, we're going to make these cabbages, and we're going to get these black-eyed peas for the new year. All of that comes from slavery, which came from Africa. We say, don't put your purse on the floor because you're going to stay broke. All of that comes from slavery. That comes from Africa. But you take the salt and pour it over your shoulder. All of that comes from who we are at its core. It is okay to talk to your ancestors because your ancestors are you. And the amazing part that I found out is I'm a dreamer. And my fiance will tell you, I wake up sometimes and it's like a movie, okay? And I have to tell him, this is what I dreamed about, and right? What I didn't know is that my mom is a dreamer too. And she, after I began to be open with my journey, she started sharing with me things about dreams that she had had about ancestors that she may have not understood, but she had them and may have been ignoring them because she may have not been completely comfortable with them, because in our upbringing, if the ancestors come, you're a demon and you're going to hell. So that comes with being open with our families and walking your journey out loud and understanding that when they catch up, right? Because you can't make anybody do anything. When and if they catch up, that's healing for the whole lineage, not just you. And if you keep that information inside, you are doing your entire lineage a disservice. Everybody. So I hope that helped.
Thank you. Thank you. If you don't mind, just the last question. What's the meaning of your BAMILEKE name?
Well, my name is Princess MBODA, and Princess MBODA was the mother of the king of BAMENDJOU. And so I have very well fought with that.
Okay.
Because for me, I don't just see a name, I see royalty.
Okay.
I see that I have learned that in the BAMILEKE culture, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, if you have a king, right? And that king, let's say that king can't make a decision. He has a big, huge decision he has to make, and he cannot come to a conclusion on that decision. He's going to consult his nobles. He's going to consult the ancestors. He's going to consult his mother, right? And whatever his mother says, that's what he's going to
Final
do.
decision. True. Correct.
That is what
That's
he's going
correct.
to do.
Yeah.
And to be named after a king who has been on the throne for 70 years with no political craziness, right? He has, I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Monty, he has about 100 children and about 200 grandchildren, and he knows every last one of them by name. You hear me? He talks to them. They have relationships. So to have a woman who birthed that type of greatness and that person looked at you and named you after her, that's a lot to carry. And so my prayer has been that you give me that type of culture, that type of character, that I am that trustworthy to not only my son, my daughters, to my future husband, but to all of those around me, because that carries a lot of weight. And so I'm really just getting comfortable with using that name. Now, my other name, which is my Bayi name that Baba Elder Malidoma gave to me before he passed, unfortunately, I cannot reveal what that name means because unless you went through that ritual, like my good brother, I see you. Unless you went through that ritual with us, we can't share that name with you. But I will tell you that it is something that is very powerful and that I'm learning each day, that it describes me in so many different ways, that it lets you know that the ancestors know exactly what they're doing. Yeah. I hope
Gama
that-
chasi leo pepuma.
Hey.
Kwe pefusie ze kapsi kwe walao. I just send you all the greetings in Feifei language from the Bana region of the Bamileke land. You know, and I also ask that may all your ancestors always keep watching over you and keep being your road openers. So yes, I try to be a little bit quick. Listen, thank you, sister. You already know. You are the mother of the King 4. So in BAMENDJOU today, when you arrive, they're going to be removing the sand. Every single foot that you're making, somebody is gonna have to clear the path for you. Because that's what it means. Now, I just want to thank you for, sharing this. Brother Monkam knows that this journey, this movement that we're in, we're not here to play. We're here to restore something that was destroyed for more than 700 to 800 years, starting with the Arabs. Because let's not forget that the Europeans were not the one to start. The Arabs did with Islam around the end of the 600, beginning of the 700. So they started coming down and they started doing what they did. And then the European took over around the 14th century until today. The European continue. So in that mix, they have done a lot of damage to us. And a lot of these damages, even though a lot of them are physical, but the most harmful are mental. And it's not just for those who are here in the diaspora, Brazil, America, Haiti, like in France also, you have Martinique. You know, you found us everywhere. Australia, you found us, right? But it's also damage for those who remain on the motherland. So my sister at the beginning was saying that she believed that African do not love our brothers and sisters here. I say I don't blame you for believing that, because it is intentionally done. When I came in this country, they also taught me not to connect with you because you were a bunch of no goods, lazy, as they say. You got to understand there is a master plan out there so that we never reconnect, so we never get back to the greatness. So, you know, if you fight against an eagle, a royal eagle, and those eagles have been made chicken for so long, don't you think it's the best interest of your oppressor to make sure you never remember you were eagle? They're gonna make sure that you keep thinking you were chicken, because the day you're gonna reconcile with the fact that you're an eagle, you're gonna act as an eagle, and that's it for them. So, you know, I'm not surprised why some of us think like that on both sides, whether in Africa or over here in America. So when I look at it, I just know we are victim of ignorance, not to insult anybody, but because myself also I'm ignorant. I know so many things, but I'm willing to learn all the time. I'm never shut the door for, you know, to learning, because we are all students of nature. So I also want to point out the fact that in her journey, it was very sincere. That's why I signed up for it, because she knows that I am not playing with this. And I told her, like, if we go, I'm not taking you to no tourist area. I'm not here to take you to the place where you're gonna watch zoo, elephant, gorillas, and stuff like. No. It's serious business. I'm gonna take you to where you truly gonna reconnect with yourself. At least initiate that reconnection. We say in the Akan language, Sankofa. You gotta reconnect with your past to be able to move forward in the right path. So, and our oppressor knows the importance of reconnecting with the past. You know, I heard sometimes people saying, no, the past is the past. Can you run away from your shadow? Like, let's say it's the summer, right? And you walking outside and you have your shadow on the ground. Can you run away from it? Now, if you cannot run away from your shadow, that means you can't run away from your past, meaning you cannot run away from your ancestor. You forget about them, they forget about you, because they are the one who are your angels. So if you don't take care of them, sometimes you don't know them, but if you call upon them, they will know you're the one calling on them. So my sister, when she went to many rituals, some of them she can't tell you here. And because some of those things are private, secret, and it's about experience. We don't share everything. We don't put everything on social media. You know, there are certain things that you don't film. You can't even have your cell phone when you do certain things, right? But because it's serious, it's not about showcasing or bragging about anything. But the least or what she showed you is just to show that it's possible, right? We can still be serious about this reconnection. And, you know, I'm going to land by saying, you know, I don't have any questions for you, but I'm just trying to tell the people in the audience, and I'm glad that we are here today, to tell them that we have to recreate this bridge. Remember, the number one fear, and when I say there, we have common oppressors. We were in Cameroon. She saw what she saw when we were in Douala, which is the economic capital, or when we were in Yaoundé. Every time we were going to a restaurant, it was owned by either Pakistani, it was owned by an Arab, it was owned, when we went to a very nice place, it was owned by these foreigners. Because the same way they're doing here in the Black community, where they come and they set up shop and they take the money, don't care about this community, do the same thing there. So we are in the same boat. Make no mistake. We're just in a different lane geographically, but all our prisoners have the same mind, is to just exploit us. Can we count on somebody else to save us? I believe no. We got to count on our own self and start doing some actions today. Unfortunately, we can't count a lot in our leaders today because a lot of them.
Doctor, I don't know what's wrong with them. And then when I called the other day, they said something about a generic brand for stasis.
Okay, somebody can mute.
Okay, then. So, I do. I should just call the doctor. Okay. Okay.
Can you mute your phone?
Yeah, I'm trying to do that now.
Okay, thank you.
You too.
Yes. So I'm gonna finish quick here.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. So I was just saying that it's gonna be, our responsibility to make sure that we recreate, we make again that connection by making the journey, by going to the journey. Understand that it won't be easy. It won't be Wakanda as they try to put there, like everything is perfect. It's going to be some stuff that are not well for you, but the bottom line is we have to reconstruct and we have to make that connection, especially reconnect again to our original spirituality. I'm gonna end by saying Africa never left you. Sometimes they think, because you've been here for what? Sometimes they say 400 years, they think they took that away from you. There is no way they can take Africa away from you, in no way. And if somebody thinks I'm lying, if a Black person or you would say a melanated person think I'm lying, just be honest with yourself. Our sister showed some examples here. Just be honest with yourself about certain things that you do, and you will see how it's exactly the same thing like a remote tribe somewhere in Africa is doing. He's been doing for thousands of years. So yeah, thank you, sister, for sharing all of that. And then let's continue the conversation. Yeah.
Absolutely. And thank you for taking the time to take me as my host to the motherland, because I'll be honest with you, I would not have been able to comfortably do it without you. So you're greatly appreciated for allowing me to pull on your coattail and ask you 100,000 plus questions along the way, because I know you got tired of me asking all the questions. I think Lady Diana, I hope I'm saying that right. You have a question?
Hello, everyone. I don't know if you can hear me.
We sure can.
Lady Diane, I was listening to everything you were saying from the beginning. It was very emotional for me to, to assist at those type of meeting, because I'm also in a process of finding out where I'm from. While you were talking, straight from the beginning, I felt that connection, because just like you, before my daughter, she's 7, before my daughter, I was just wondering, why are you here? Left my country. I was born in Haiti, grew up in Europe, different places, but still something inside was missing. And after I gave birth to my daughter, I realized that I needed to know what I have to tell her, because she's from me, but I don't know where I'm from. So that was kind of like my wake-up point. And then I had to understand what is the meaning of being Haitian. So now when people ask me, I don't say I'm Haitian, I say I was born in Haiti, because now I understand that something happened before I was born in Haiti. So I felt that connection with you. She opened my eyes to the world. I understood that I'm not just here to wait for the time where I live, but I'm here to leave something for her. And I need to understand what is my meaning as a person, as a Black woman, as a mother. And I fell in love with Africa after she was born. When I started, searching online, I used to go to all these classes, all this meeting, everything that I see online with Africa, I need to know what is it about, because that's me, that's part of me. And then I fell in love with Africa. And like I said, like right now, I actually want to do the DNA test, because before I knew about DNA test, I used to know that I was from the boat, but how do I find my people? And that used to hurt me because I felt like I don't have my real name. I will never know. And knowing that through those meetings, through like people like you who has done the same thing is possible, it just gave me the power to search. Like one question I would like to ask, I have so many questions because, you know, I have like the mixture of fear, happiness, because I want to find out, I want to know. And, you know, like, I don't even know what to ask because I want to ask all the questions, but I think I would say, what would you tell me? Like, what do I have to do first on that journey?
First of all, let me say this: you are beautiful.
Thank you.
And I felt like I needed to tell you that you are beautiful. You've already done what you need to do to start. That want, that desire is the beginning of everything, right? Because that's what sets the stage for everything else. That is the thing that's going to make you remember your why. The days when you get frustrated and you just don't want to keep going, this is going to be the fire that's lit up under your butt that's going to say, I got to keep going, right? Next, I think you should probably take a test if you haven't already. You have not taken.
This is my next step.
So you're already in the right direction. You already linked with groups like these that can help support you along the way. You're doing exactly what you need to be doing to move forward. I'll say this, and I'm just going to talk from my heart. Before we came, we chose a destiny. Before we got here, we decided what it was we were going to do while we were here on earth. And whatever that thing is, it's attached to the greater good of everyone else. So the desire for you to know who you are, to know your family, to be able to do right by your daughter, ultimately leads to the greater good of humanity. You're already there, sweetheart. You just got to keep going, and you got to not give up.
It's exciting at the same time, like, you know, I don't know if it's fear, but I have that feeling like I don't want to fail. I need to do it, you know, not just for me, for my daughter and, you know, her own children, if she's blessed to have. But I go back to my own mom, you know, she can't answer some of my question. And I see myself in some years, like when my daughter asked those questions, and she started already. She's 7, and in school, they tell me like she's passionate by Africa. But that's just with the little that I know. So I just want to know more, to tell her more, because Africa is us. Africa is her.
How old is your daughter again?
She's 7.
This is what I want to do. Coriana, are you there? My oldest daughter is 22. Hi. And what I would like for her to do is I would like for her to speak from her angle, having a parent who has taken that journey, how it has affected her. Because I believe that will help give you another flame to your fire to why you should continue to do what you're doing on behalf of your child.
Okay.
Can I be heard by everyone?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, hi, I'm Coriana. I am the daughter here. I'm 22. Hi, Lady Diane.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. You are very gorgeous.
Oh, thank you.
Of course. So, in my experience, it is a bit different because your daughter, you said, is 7. I think, as far as I can remember, about 15, maybe 15, 14, when I could like consciously remember my mom being on this journey of like finding out her ancestry, basically. So I was definitely much older. I was like twice your daughter's age, so it was much easier for me to comprehend these things. And now, especially at 22, she speaks to me even more maturely and tries to like teach me names and teach me the process of things, and gives me like the breakdown of what she is doing, what she has to do, what she has done, and how it all connects in the greater picture, basically. So I guess at 7 years old, the best thing to do would be to, in my opinion, really play on the like imagination that a 7-year-old has. Like, don't, of course, don't give them all like the technicalities and super serious logic because she's 7, and I'm sure she can be really smart, but she's still 7 years old. So maybe explain things as majestic as they are, like the majesties of them all, and not like it's not bad to sugarcoat just a little bit, just to get her there. And as you grow up and as she grows up and you guys both learn more together, keep her in the loop and start to tweak the information a bit to make it become more serious and more mature. But let her know that no matter how tough or hard the narrative was, it's still a very, again, majestic thing to learn about, the motherland and where we all come from. But definitely make sure you say it in a way to where a 7-year-old, it doesn't like scare her away or make her seem like it's too big of a thing to even wrap her mind around. And that would be my advice.
Thank you so much. Sometimes as a mother, and I think your mom would understand that, I'm trying so much and I try my best, but sometimes you feel like, oh, am I doing it the right way? So that's what I try to do. I even write like little stories for her where she can see herself. I talk about Africa, the little that I know myself, and I can see the change, because when I compare me when I was 7 and not liking myself, not liking the texture of my hair, and I see the difference that my little stories are capable of making for her, that's my push as well. I'm just happy that I'm on that journey. I'm happy that, my story, even though that is tough, but my story made me who I am. And I also have the ability to make story for her as well. So thank you.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Thank you, Coriana. As parents, it's hard. It took my 22-year-old the other day to tell me that being a mom is a thankless job. And she said it in the sweetest way that she possibly could. And she said, Mom, we do love you. No, we don't always show it, but we love you. One thing that I understand about parenting, Lady Diane, is that they are watching. They are watching everything we do. And so if we can teach them through our walk how to walk, through our talk how to talk, we can teach them through our actions how the ancestors are venerated. We can teach them the word Africa. We can get them excited about our journeys. We can't keep it from them. We can't act like it's a secret. We can't hide it behind doors. We just have to be, right? And the more you allow yourself to be, the more you'll become. And that fear that you feel, it will slowly dissipate. It'll slowly go away, and you'll look up 3 years from now and you will be a completely different person. And guess what? You actually have what a lot of us want. When you said you were from Haiti and you said you don't know who your people are, as an American, I'm like, what? That was a shock to me. So that's right. That it was a shock. So you're from somewhere that honestly, a lot of us, we wish we even had that much of a connection to the land. So you are steps ahead of a lot of us. Use that to your advantage, right? Our moms didn't know. They only had the resources that they have. We have so many other resources, and my prayer for everybody here is that we begin to use them.
Exactly, we do. And I will make the most. Thank you so much for today. And thank you for your journey. I wish you the best. I felt, I feel a connection with people, and I felt that connection with you straight away. So when you started, digging into the journey, you being a mom, then looking for who you truly are, I was like, oh yeah, that's like a soul sister. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. And we don't have to leave it here. For those of you guys who are not connected to me on social media, we can connect. I will leave my information in the chat room. feel free to leave me a message or connect with me as a friend. I'll tell you I have like 700 friend requests, but if I see your name, I'll make sure that I actually accept the request, I promise.
I'll definitely do. Thank you so much.
Where's my beautiful host?
I'm here. I'm here. Okay. No, it's not me. It's Avanti.
Yes.
Sorry. This is Avanti. I'm sorry.
Definitely not you, my Cam.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. I've got one more question. Just the last question. Please. Okay. I spoke to a lot of people over here in the UK and about the DNA test. That says that they don't reject being African. They're African, they know it, but they prefer not to be attached to a specific country. So they don't want to do a DNA because they want to be, they want to belong to the whole continent. So what will you say to anyone like that?
I really don't have anything to say to stupidity. I'm sorry, can I say that out loud on your show?
Go ahead.
I mean, to me, that defeats the whole purpose of the connection to Africa. That's some kind of a blockage that they're dealing with, and they got to work that out. That's between them and their ancestors. As for me and my children, however, we are all about knowing who we are from, where we are from, and how we get back there. Hopefully that helped.
Thank you. Now back to the host. Back to the beautiful host.
Yeah, that was on point. I agree. So, does anyone else have any other questions?
I don't have a question, Sister Avante, but I just got a quick comment.
Okay.
I was listening to the sister speak and Sister Diane, and I was listening to all that they were saying. And looking at, to do what we do, it appears that there's a calling on our lives that we do what we do when it comes to doing research, doing our genealogical research, hunting, trying to find our people, etc. And in finding this and doing this, and this I hope will help motivate us to continue to do what we do, is that we can see the lies that has been told to us. Some of this, what the people in the UK said, I don't want to, when I use the word ignorant, I'm not really trying to say they're ignorant people, but it might have something to do with some of the stuff that they connect to in the US and many other places, if you understand what I'm really saying. And you want to try to connect to everything, but it doesn't work that way. I'm sorry. It just does not work like that. I mean, it doesn't make sense to make that kind of statement. In that statement, I heard something else. They really want to still somewhat try to keep us ignorant. Because if you can keep you where you thinking you in all these different places, what does that do for us as Africans in America? People in other countries that we connect to? It doesn't make sense. So what am I trying to say? You know, here again, we can find ourselves being in a place where if we are not careful and don't know how to research and think for ourselves and dig in to look and find the truth, instead of taking some kind of statement like that and saying it to be something that will attach us, we'll never find us. So you stay the course. You do your research, you do your genetics, you do all these other things that we're doing, teaching our children. Even with the ancestors will give it to us when it's time to give it to our children. And there will be a peace that passeth all understanding when we get where we need to go to take it to everybody else. We go to family members, we still struggle. This has been a thing that has created an issue in America. I can just say America, where even with our own ancestors, our own family members, when we try to speak to them in a way about our history, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to talk about that. That don't make no sense. Y'all don't know what y'all talking about. Understand, this is a European mind that has been taught these things to keep us to never able to go through to find us. We must go beyond that, and we do, and teach that. Somebody will get it. And all the things that we've learned from Africa, that come from Africa, that we still do in America, that we don't even understand. Give you one, and I'm going to hush. You'll hear him say in the church. I know it's hard to hush, Avante. we'll say it in the church. Well,
You are
brother so okay, all right, brother so and so is dead and gone, but we'll talk about him in next year, and talking about how their spirit is still there. But yet, if you talk about something that has something to do with voodoo, oh, you're getting off course. It's crazy. It's all Africa, y'all. We just need to identify with ourselves and know who we are and know where we come from, and get away from the nonsense of what we've been taught in this European country that actually really is ours because we built it. I'll rest my case right there. That's it.
If I can say one thing, the Bible, for what it says, from lack of knowledge, our people perish.
Absolutely.
So I take that. Our lack of knowledge is our lack of knowing our history, our ancestry. And because, put that to today, because our people don't know their true history.
Yep.
Their ancestry, we're perishing. Look at our young men on the street. Look at what, we believe what the European culture has taught us of our way of reverencing who our true creator is, because we were taught the European way, because we were taken from our true heritage and they cut it off from us.
Yes.
So it's almost like if they don't know where they truly come from and who they truly are, we will always have the upper hand.
Yeah.
And they're so afraid now that as we're opening up, we're waking up, as my son says, people are waking up to the truth.
Yep.
Now that people are waking up to the truth, the European people are becoming afraid because they know the strength that we have. They know even in our DNA is so strong.
Yes.
It takes 4 generations to remove us from them once we intermingle. They know we're a strong people. They know we have a strong DNA. But the problem is we need to realize that. We need to educate our children and educate our people as to who we are. Take the journey. Step out on that faith to learn the truth and not what they're telling you.
Yes.
I like that. I like what you gotta know. We have to, now that we're waking up, we have to be that voice to help others wake up to the truth.
When the Spanish and the British, the Portuguese, the Germans, the Spaniards, when they went to Africa to go get African people, they did not go get the weakest people, y'all.
They didn't.
I rest my case.
You are absolutely correct.
Yep.
Mr. Carey, they took the best of us. And that is definitely something that I learned. One of the stories that actually my auntie's father, through translation, was telling me was that, wow, there were so many different stories when it came to how they would come and they would snatch us up. And when we refused to go, they would hog tie us by our hands and hog tie us by our legs. And there was this particular waterfall that they would lead us to, and they would push us to our deaths, right? But you have to think about it from this standpoint. If someone comes to you and says, you have a choice, we are either going to burn your village down or you're going to give us the strongest, the wisest, and the best from your village. What are you going to do when you know that these people who are threatening to do what they're threatening to do are very well capable of doing exactly what they said, right? We can fight, we can continue to fight, and we can lose everything. Or we can take a chance and give them a few and maybe be able to rebuild with what we have. those were the kind of choices that they were forced with. So once again, we go back to, it wasn't that they didn't love us. It wasn't that they didn't want us, but they had to make choices. We all die or we give away a few.
But I free my ancestors. Yeah, I free my ancestors by doing the work that I do.
Yeah, you do.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for what you did today. It was beautiful. I enjoyed it.
Absolutely. I want to say one thing, well, two things. Kathy and Avanti, y'all look alike. Y'all need to look into that. Y'all got some people.
I have noticed it.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, you did it.
And I thought it, but it didn't say anything.
Hey, remember when I said earlier, if don't nobody else say nothing, Letitia is going to say it. Proven. Okay.
By the way, Avanti from Chicago as well.
Yep.
Yes, exactly. So while we're recording this, I'm actually on my Facebook Live as well. And they're having an amazing conversation. And my good sister just made me remember to say this. Her comment was about making sure that we test now, right? Because if we don't take these DNA tests and get the genetics now, we could very well miss our opportunity. Lady Diana, why I was being afraid, I missed the opportunity to test my grandmother, and she passed away in the interim. Now I didn't get that opportunity, right? Because I didn't know my grandfather passed away. And for a long time, I thought he was the only male that we would be able to test. Of course, as Mr. Jerry just said, the ancestors show up when it's time, when you are ready. And in the last couple of months, the ancestors led me to a relative who was the very last male that was directly connected to my grandfather. He would have been my grandfather's nephew. So his father was my grandfather's brother, right? And that's how we were able to get the test for my grandfather, which was the 100% Portuguese and Spanish. But if you miss your opportunity, there will not be another one. Everybody doesn't have that sort of thing happen to them. So I think Mr. Child called it luck earlier. I call it spirit. I call it the ancestors. They know what they are doing. So I'm so glad we got a chance to do it, but I urge you all to do it while you can and be serious about what you're doing. Okay. And that's all I got to say, unless there's some more questions.
Sister Princess MBODA, I want you to tell them over here one thing that you went through, and I think it's important. You don't have to tell them what was used, but you can tell them what my father did with you and your assistant, and to find out stuff about you guys. And you know how they always say that, you know, our divination is a bunch of, nonsense and stuff like that. But you were able to witness something for yourself. You can kind of tell them a little bit what it was.
Absolutely. The divinations that I experienced while I was in the motherland were, they were amazing, to say the least. Like Monty stated, we were able to have a divination. It was actually held, and I'm hoping it's okay for me to say this, inside of the ancestor house on his father's land. Most Africans that are living in the traditional way will have an ancestor house on their property, on their land, or something in their home that represents the ancestors. And his father is very adamant about making sure that that house is well taken care of. He makes sure that that fire is lit and it never goes out. He's great about that, as well as his brother as well. And so when he took us into the ancestor house and we performed that particular divination, man, whew, when I tell you that divination was right on the money, there was nothing that spirit said that wasn't correct. I will go even further to say that when I arrived back home and I consulted with my Baba said the exact same thing. When I studied with Elder Malidoma, the name that he gave me connected to the exact same things that I received during divination. We, growing up as Baptists, apostolic, we see prophecy because that's what we're told it is. This person is prophetic. So a good way to think about it, to help you ingest it a little bit better, a divination is the exact same thing. It is spirit using a person, a human being, to express what they need you to know, so that you can take that information, turn it into knowledge, and allow that knowledge to become wisdom and use it to instruct you going forward in your life. So without getting too deep and telling too much of the secretive things that went on, I will tell you that it is absolutely not a shame. Can somebody please mute my mother, because I can hear her windshield wipers.
I mute my. I will mute myself. How y'all doing?
Oh, we're good. How are you?
Good. You're good.
Y'all still talking? Y'all been talking a long time about washing machines and dryers and stoves and refrigerators, and y'all still talking. What y'all talking about? Let me get on this journey. It's a long journey. It's a long journey. God bless you guys. I don't know what the journey is about, but thank God I had some part of it. But that's all good. Y'all keep on journeying.
That's a BAMILEKE mom, yeah? That's a BAMILEKE mom.
Okay, y'all just keep a journey, whatever y'all talking about. I'm just listening in and out. I'm gonna buy some more appliances. I see y'all need a praise break, hallelujah break. Y'all need to breathe. Y'all just too serious with this journey. Let's break this journey up. That's good. Breathe. Get it out. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Praise God. All right, now that's it. Y'all had y'all praise break. 90 seconds to praise the Lord. That's all good. That's good. Oh, y'all ain't finished yet. They said keep on playing the music. Y'all ain't finished yet. 2 more minutes.
Okay. So if you guys ever wonder where I get it from, now you see.
Yes, ma'am. So you're looking mighty wonderful.
That was good.
I wish you guys could see my mom and how beautiful she is. But divination
I can't even see the picture. I don't even know how I get on the picture. Corey didn't call me to put me in. I had to just find out my way. The Holy Spirit help me. It's all good. Y'all keep on going because y'all pretty serious. Y'all keep on going now.
I'm so
I don't mean no harm.
It's getting too good. I cannot meet her. I just have to let her go. It's so good.
Y'all know y'all couldn't finish this journey without me now. I just had to get my piece in.
That is a mom right there, boy. That's a mom right there.
That's a real mama. That's a real mama.
Yes, sir. That's beautiful.
It's all good. Thank you.
I do want to say this, piggybacking off of what Monty asked about the divination. I do want you guys to be extremely careful, because there are people out there who are waiting, to get you if you're not mindful. And that's why it's good to have people like Monty and my Cam, even Mr. Jerry, who knows, right, what's going on, who's been around, whether it's because of their age or because of their experience, and they know what to do, what not to do, who to talk to, how to pick out a predator versus somebody who is definitely real. You'll have people that will come to you and tell you they'll give you a divination, or they'll take you through a ritual and all these things. As soon as you start opening up doors, believe me, they're going to be lurking. My son has his hand up. Did you learn how to put your hand up in school on the Zoom call, sir? Okay, would you like to say something? You can unmute yourself.
I just have a question.
Okay.
What really did inspire you to go to Africa, not just for a business?
What inspired me to go to Africa and not just business? So my son knows that I'm all business, and he watches me grind daily. He comes in my office and brings me cups of ice and bottles of water and gives me hugs because they say I work too hard. But Jonathan, I want you to know, and your sisters to know, that the reason why I took this journey has everything to do with you, because I want you to know who you are. My son came to me the other day and told me that the kids and were making fun of him because he's dark skinned. And they had a drill the other day where they had to cut the lights out. And they were like, oh, you're so dark skinned, we can't see you when the lights are on. And he'll tell you what I did was I went on Google and I pulled up African people. And I showed him the different deep colors where some people were almost blue black, but they were beautiful, right? And I wanted him to understand that's the type of people he was connected to. So that's why I went to Africa. That's why I'm figuring out who we are. Because when I know who I am, you'll know who you are. And then you can continue the journey. And then you can tell your children who they are, and on and on and on and on. So long story short, Jay, I did it for you because everything I do is for you.
Can I ask a quick question right here? It's two things, and I hope that I can connect this with Brother Monty. How old is your son?
JJ, how old are you?
10.
Okay, I think he's old enough to understand this. Brother Monty, are you still on the call?
Yes, brother, I'm here.
Okay, you explained something to me one time about what Black actually means and how it's been taught to us in this country to understand that Black is supposed to be looked at as being something bad or ugly. It has no meaning. Steph, could you explain that to this young man, how you explained to me? I thought it was very beautifully done when you said it, and how we should look at that color.
Yes, with pleasure. So, my little son, what's your name again? JJ?
Jonathan.
Jonathan. Okay, let me tell you what your color of your skin means, okay? See, your mother went to the land, to the BAMILEKE land. In the BAMILEKE land, something that's dark, like your skin, we say Nsisi. Can you repeat that? Nsisi.
See?
Say Nsi, so NSI. You say it twice, Nsisi.
Sisi.
Voila. Okay, now, Nsisi means God twice, because for us, God, we say Nsi. So when I say Nsisi, which is the color of your skin, it means that your color resembles of the color of God. That's how we say in our native tongue. Now, are you proud to have that color?
Yes.
So when I call the color of your skin, I'm calling you God, because you represent that original color. That's how we call it. That's how we call it originally. So never be ashamed of that. See, the people make fun of you because they're jealous, or because, and a lot of them don't even know, right? But I'm just letting you know that, remember this. It says in Sisi, and Sisi in BAMILEKE language means really something that's very dark, right? And Si means God, the Most High. So we recognize something that's very dark as something that's godly, never anything bad. So remember that.
Thank you. Let me point out really quick, because I think it's unique and it's the perfect chance to say it. We talked about earlier, making sure that we remain open-minded, right? Monty said when he greeted my son, he said, Jay, my son, right? Did you catch that? He said, my son, as in his son. one thing that I'm learning about the culture is it's all about community. My Baba tells me all the time that when people greet his wife back home, they say, "How is our wife doing?" See, in America, we're taught that what happened in my house, stay in my house. Don't go outside and tell nobody what's going on in my house. And that's one of the reasons why we so jacked up, because we don't tell nobody what's going on in our house. How can you tell me a closed mouth don't get fed in one term, but in the other term, you tell me don't speak and tell anybody that you need food? That doesn't make any sense. And that is something very unique to the culture that I absolutely love. If there was a way for us to be able to set up our communities to where we would be able to give that type of mentorship. When babies are born in Africa, there is a ritual that is done, either while they are in the womb or either when they come out of the womb and they're fresh. And that ritual, that divination tells the community who that baby is, what that baby is here for, what they bring to the community, what talents they're going to have. And they instantly take that baby and they match them up with somebody who does that thing. If that baby is meant to be a farmer, you're going to be paired up with a farmer. If that baby is meant to be a hunter, you're going to be paired up with the hunter, right? It does not matter if that hunter is not within their own household. Often that baby will spend more time with his grandparents than with his actual parents, because the grandparents and the baby have more similarities and they're closer to each other because they're closer to the realm of heaven than anybody else. And so that baby needs to soak up what's going on with that grandparent before that grandparent leaves and enters the other realm. We don't do that. We get offended if I like my auntie or my grandmother more than I like my mother, right? We don't let our children just go off. I've heard many stories of a family member taking another child that doesn't belong to them. That's unheard of here, because here, if your children are taken from you, that means that you're not able to parent them. There, that's not what it means. It means that I have something that your child needs. Your child has something that I need, and I'm going to take them and I'm going to raise them, not because you can't. Not because you can't. They have actual communities where men can talk to men about what's going on. I know I get on my fiance nerves, right? Imagine if he had somebody that he could talk to in the community that he could say, this woman get on my nerves, right? Imagine if my children had somebody to talk to that they can say, my mama get on my nerves. Imagine, that would be so much better. So taking in the culture, when I tell you it helps us to be able to have a whole different thought system and a whole different path of our beliefs, it helps in so many different ways, and it grows us. It gives us another type of strength. So I advise you to really just look into the culture, even before you go. Look into the culture. There's things that we learn during ritual. Monty had to tell me, make sure you eat. Was it with your left hand? You eat with your left hand. Like, I'm right-handed.
Yes.
How am I supposed to do that?
Right. So you start to eat with that, and then you can change. But it's just to show that, you trust the person who cooked the food and all the people that are eating too with the left hand, because that's where your heart is, right? It is connected to the most important organ of your whole body. And by the way, in Africa, the heart just it doesn't pump the blood. The blood itself has a perpetual motion. That's what they say, bloodline, because the blood itself has a motion. The heart just amplifies it, but also the heart has a consciousness. This is why in ancient Kemet, when they say Mahat, or even when they talk about justice, it's always your heart that's being weighed, because your heart also has a consciousness. So now, if somebody starts eating in that pot with the left, is to show all the trust that you put, because there is no way you can build a community without trust. Trust is the number one thing. We got to trust each other. Otherwise, there's no way. Like, for instance, her son, he's my son. That's why I call him my son. That's how we see it, right? So, and it has to come from a level of trust and vice versa, right? So, yeah, that's and this is exactly why I created MRTA, my nonprofit, which means the Movement for the Renaissance of the Tradition of Africa, is to be able to explain these things again that are usually demonized or people don't understand. But those usually don't understand, they usually put negative connotation. But we go inside and we try to explain to people why we even eat our hands, why we even care about just using our bare hands to eat, you know, most of the time. Yeah, so keep going. You know, it's yeah. I'm gonna add something after you talk. But there's one specific topic here in your journey that I would like to bring up, but I'll let other people speak to. Grandma Mim, she's always very quiet, but when she opens her mouth, she always says very nice stuff. But you know, I know she's there just listening.
Okay, so I do have a question from Facebook. That I'll pose it. I have an answer, but I would really like Monty and Cam to answer it if you don't mind. The question is, how can people connect to people here? Wait, give me a second. How can people connect to people here to protect themselves and to connect to the motherland? If you guys don't mind taking that one.
I think that's a good question for Brother Monty.
Okay, so I'm going to say this by saying, are they listening to us right now? Are we live from there?
Yes.
Okay, so the first thing I'm going to say is that it is not because you only speak English. It is not because you cannot speak any African language that you cannot connect with the motherland. Some of the ignorant African will make it seem like if you don't speak any African language, you can't connect with your ancestor in Africa. Completely wrong. Those are the people who don't do any African spirituality. For those of us who practice those things, in that realm, there is not language, there is intention, there is consciousness. You connect with consciousness, you connect with your intention. I don't care what language you speak. It's like music. Sometimes you dance to your music, you don't even know the word that they're saying, right? You connect with the music. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So yes, I'm going to start by saying that it's because that music has a melody. It's because the person who is talking, the person who is singing is putting out a melody to their voice that's connecting with you in a spiritual level. That's sometimes why they say the music is so spiritual. It's like it's lift me up. That's spirituality. So it has no limit. It doesn't use language. I'm saying this to say that some of our brothers here have been discouraged because they can't speak any African language. Of course, there are certain rituals when we do on the land that you got to be able to call the name you got to speak. The way when I introduced myself, I had to speak a little bit my native tongue. That's because I can speak. It doesn't mean that, you know, if you have the true intention, it doesn't mean that if you say it in English, it's not going to have the same impact. It will have the same impact. I just want to make it clear first to start, because I know sometimes a lot of my brothers and sisters here get discouraged because they can't speak any of the language. It'll be good to learn if you want to, right? You know, yeah, but if you cannot for some reason, or, you know, it's just finding it very, very difficult for you, you can still, okay, address these long time, or I would say these back ancestors on the land and connect with them. That's one. Two, you are in America. In spirituality, time and space are literally one. What am I saying? What I'm saying is, right now in quantum physics, this is what they're discovering right now, that the matter can be anywhere at the same time as discrete value. We've been saying in Africa for thousands of years, but they used to say we're spooky people, we're just a bunch of superstitious people, right? Now science is proving what we've been saying for thousands of years, right? What I'm saying is that you can be here. You know, I'm in New Jersey now. You can be here and be in Ghana at the same time. The person who's talking to you is a person who practices those things. Okay. Okay. So it has to be with your true intention, and also it has to be with your willingness to go there. This is why you dream. When you dream, you make those dreams. Sometimes you dream, okay, you in Chicago, you dream that you were, let's say, in Botswana. You're like, wow, how come I dream I was in Botswana? Or I was just somewhere randomly. You were actually there. But the thing is, when you dream, because we're not trained no more how to dream, because you can control that. It's you deporting yourself. Some people can control that and go exactly where they want to go. Yes. But we're not trained to do that no more. So meaning, when you go there, somebody else now who might have bad intention can go and trap you there and you never wake up. The fact that you never wake up means that it was a reality. Your dream was a reality. Do you understand? If I can trap you there, wherever you went in your dream, and you never come back to your body, that means you're not waking up. I don't care what kind of doctor's gonna come. I don't care what kind of thing they're gonna put on you to shock you so you can wake up. You're never gonna wake up. You're gone. It means it's a reality, but it's a reality in the mystical world. And mysticism doesn't have to do with anything negative. It's just that part of the matter that's insane. And in that realm, everything is total darkness, right? So, and that's where we call about the mystery. So, all right, I know I want to be a little deep. So what I'm saying is, if you can connect, if you're here, you can connect with anybody who is serious about this African spirituality and culture, connect with them, start by the basics, exactly what you did, my sister, right? You were here when you went to Marido Masomi. You were able to perform some ritual on this land that had impact on you. With my group, what I do here in New Jersey, during the summer, I take them to the trees. This is what I do. I take people with me, those who are interested. I don't force nobody. Those who are interested, who are truly interested. I found a very area over here. There's an area in New Jersey called South Reservation Mountain. It's in West Orange. It's one of the parts where they kept like those old trees, it's like a forest there. I take them there. And before we enter the forest, I ask all of us, everybody turn the cell phone. You leave in your car. No cell phone allowed in there. Before we enter the forest, you got to be willing to take your shoes off. Sister, you remember what you did when we got to BAMENDJOU? What did you do? You take your shoes. You took your shoes off. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so yes, here too, I asked them to take. I was in America. I was not in Cameroon. I was not in the Ghana land. I asked them to take the shoes off, right? All of them were brothers and sisters from here. But the thing is, if you go to my Instagram page, you're not going to find that because these things, I don't post it. Yeah, no picture. It's about living the moment. And we don't post those things. So, I took them in there and I had calabash. I had those little pots that I gave to each of them. We were 7. They're holder. And when we got to where we got, I pour water into all of them and I show them how to properly do libation and connect with the tree, right? And that connection had to do with when she do that, the same as when your ancestors are gone, they return to what? To the earth, right? Their flesh, after 70 to 100 years after they die, the flesh become what? Dust, right? Right. That's what they say when you die, you go back to dust. Now, if you go back to dust, that means you come from dust. But since you go back there, and since the trees are the element in nature, they always get the roots all the way down there. They have the ability to connect with the deeper side of the earth. So that's why trees for us are very important. So we will do libation around a very old tree in that jungle. And I showed them how to do it even when they're by themselves. Right? It was a part of it where I showed them how to use their bare hand to literally dig a little root, put their hands inside and just close their eye. So some people call that meditation because the Indian people do it now, but we do it differently. That come from us, not from the Indian. because even then that was us. But anyway, that's not the topic. What I'm saying is it's possible here, but you just gotta be connecting with the right people, like Elder Malidoma Somé, like somebody like me. I'm not bragging, but or somebody that that's real about this. That's not gonna charge you about this. That's another thing I also want to talk about. This thing is not made to make money. I can't do this to use as my source of income. In African tradition, the shaman, the healer, does not ask for money. It doesn't charge you $200, $300 for divination. That's BS. Now you go on Instagram, you got people like the Ifa community, from the Yoruba people. I'm not saying, but some of them use the internet to scam people. They will charge you this amount of money to perform these things. Normally, it's up to you it's normally up to you to reward them after something they did to you. Now, if there is something to buy to perform whatever they want to perform, they're going to tell you you're going to buy and we perform, but there's really no charge into this. I know we live in America and stuff, but really, yeah, it's because when it becomes profitable, when it becomes monetized, it loses power. You understand? It loses power. Yeah, no. Now, the requirement is that those who are willing to go through it has to be sincere. They have to be very sincere. That's the number one. Just like my sister was, you got to be sincere about this. Yeah. So I don't know if I answered the questions. I know they can just type if.
I believe that you answered it very well.
Yeah. Yeah. And something also that I want to say here while you're here, sister, is that, you being an example to go to this journey. I mean, I want them to realize that, you traveled there with all this unknown, and, it took a lot of courage. And I took you to the village where you might be uncomfortable because you've been living in Chicago. And I'm sure you never experienced any power outage, right? You never experienced that, right?
I've experienced power outages before, but it was on a different scale, living in Louisiana, dealing with hurricanes. So that was a completely different type of power outage. And, we was kind of broke when we was growing up. So, lights went out a couple of times,
Right. But, over there, it's kind of different. And not just that, you being raised over here all your life, when you go to a tropical country like Cameroon, with all the different bugs that we have and all of those things, it's going to take some time to adjust. And I want people to know, because we're not saying that it's going to be perfect. We got to be real here. She got sick.
Yes.
Okay. She got sick and we treated her with traditional medicine. I just ask her, just believe what I'm telling you. We don't go to North Hospital because I knew what happened. You went over there, your immune system was not adapted to the land, but we know what to give you. So tell them what I gave you for you to get back to.
I don't remember what the name of it was, but I'll say this. We had gone earlier to do ritual into the ancestor house. And on the way, one thing that you guys don't know about me is I have 3 screws in my left foot, right? And I have a couple of bulging discs in my back. So I may look like I'm like, all about it, but sometimes I have a little trouble. And so we had to go down these hills and, the terrain was really rough. When we got down towards the bottom, we were instructed to pull this particular herb ourselves. And we were to hold on to it. And at that time, I really did not understand what I was doing. But of course, I did it because that's what I was told to do, and held on to those herbs. Later, I don't remember if it was the next day or that same day, I got crazy ill. Couldn't hold anything in my stomach. I was really faint, but lethargic, everything. And his father came to the room and he's like, "You'll be okay." He's like, you just have to get adjusted. He said, "This is kind of like a what did he call it? Kind of like a rite of passage
That's exactly what he said. Yeah.
BAMILEKE now. And I'm like, I got sick, so I'm BAMILEKE. How does that work in my American mind, right? He took the same herbs that I had picked from that same place in the earth, and they took lemon, they took hot water, and they took prayer, literally, nothing else. And I was instructed to drink that with nothing else. And I'm no lie, less than 24 hours later, I went from feeling like I was getting ready to die in a foreign country to feeling like I had a whole new life. I don't know what in the world those herbs were, and I do not remember the name of them, but I brought some home with me. And he ended up telling me later what that name was, and I was able to find some in a health food store. And I'm sure they're not as great as they are from back home, but I do have them here for the just in case.
So I really want her to share the story because we're not here to tell some fairy tales. It's going to be challenges for some of you, okay? But we're here to tell you that these challenges cannot stop you from making this journey. Myself, when I came to America, being accustomed to a different diet back home, to a different weather, man, it was a struggle at the beginning. But then again, what? I adapted. I say this to say that I wanted her to say this because a lot of people are going to discredit or are going to make you scared to go, oh, yeah. Oh, she got sick, you see? See? But on top of that, we have natural remedy. We have natural way to cure it forever for good. Now, sister, after that, did you ever feel ill after that?
Oh, no. The only other incident we had was when we went to, what was that, Douala? Or what? Yeah. No, we were in Yaoundé.
Yaoundé.
And I got bitten in my face, guys, and you know how pretty my face is, by these little microscopic ants. Like, you can't even see these ants, okay? So there's no way anybody would have known these ants are there. And I woke up and my face was swollen. But luckily, because I was with somebody who knew the land, he was like, don't worry about it. I'm like, but I'm ugly. He's like, don't worry about it. I'm like, but I'm really ugly. He's like, well, don't worry about it. I'm like, okay, I won't worry about it. And he went and did what needed to be done. And then once again, 24 hours later, I was okay. So it's very, very different there. And it works for me because I've been a vegetarian for the last 8 years, and we do most things as much as we can natural. So we don't use a lot of medicines here anyway. So that way of that thought path is not too much far off from what I'm used to. But it was very comforting to know that, you know, if you're not well, that you can literally just pull something from the earth and be okay.
Yes. And the most important part of this, when she was pulling this herb, I told her, you have to be willing to heal. You got to speak yourself to this herb that I'm going to heal from this. Because the first part of healing is you wanted to heal and believe in it. That's how you infuse power to it. Now we're going to connect this herb to other stuff to make sure you're okay. But you got to be the first to believe. When I say drink this, you're going to be okay. Just go ahead. Don't worry. And then she did. So this testimony as to let you know, guys, that, you know, to fight the propaganda that's out there against us. You know, that's why I created MRT, because there is a propaganda out there to make sure you guys never connect again. Okay, because understand the power. Now let's talk about a little bit the business side of things here, right? You know, because we're talking about culture and stuff like that, but we have a nation to build. That's what I'm saying. So now, when I say nation, it means that when you go to Cameroon, she saw it. You see the Indian, the Chinese, the Italians, all of that having this big restaurant. Why not you? Why not a restaurant opened by you, by some organization of my people in Chicago coming in Banner and opening the biggest restaurant with natural food, and you can make that money? Okay, why always have to be these people who don't even like us at all, but our government is so corrupt. They're just looking at what they gain from that, but not really empower the people. So this is why I myself is doing a little. She knows what I'm doing. I don't really want to brag about it, but she came and see what I try to do, the little that I have. So part of it also is to make sure that we build again, you know, whether it's here or over there, but the more it's over there. You know how everybody said the future is Africa, but where are you in it? See, do you think they count you in it? They don't count you. Okay, the French people are saying it. The English people are saying it. You know, all the Europeans saying, but wait, what am I 40 million, 42 million brothers and sisters from here? Why they're not getting any piece of the pie here? And they're actually from there, so they should be the one that get the most. So that's also another part of the fight, right? So yeah, I just want you to really understand that it has many levels, cultural and economy, those things. And that's the worst fear. Because once we do that, we push them away.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. I would like to give an opportunity to the people who have not had a chance to speak. I see BAMILEKE, I see Mama Glenda, I see Grandma Mims, I see Jerome, I see Aileen. If any of you guys would like to speak, now would be the perfect time. I see Google Pixel 4. I don't know who that belongs to, but you can talk to.
Oh, Mama Aileen is here. Oh, how you been? How you been? Long time.
I'm gonna tell you, boo. Long time.
Yes.
I'm trying to get like my sister and not talk so much. Thank you and blessings to everyone that's on this call. I've had the pleasure of knowing this beautiful spirit for a while now, since what, 2013, sis?
2011.
Oh, excuse me. See, I'm trying to cover my 2 years of my old self. And we were attracted to each other. We were drawn to each other. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. And I've watched her on this journey, and it has been an amazing one. And we started off, in her words, not mine, as me being her mentor. And when you get to a certain point in your life, when you're being honest with yourself, you still have an opportunity to learn. So now she is my mentor, and I'm going to publicly say that. But she knows how much I love her. I just wanted to say, from my own perspective, 2 things. I've always had a hole in my heart, in my soul, from not knowing where I came from. The people in my family, most of them they have the most beautiful melanin. I am jealous. Monty said something about it earlier. I've been jealous my whole life about how beautiful my family members are, and their skin tone is just amazing. And to hear you say what you said to JJ, Monty, that was beautiful. I appreciate that. I did the traditional ancestry test, and they said I was 72% African. And I had a whole attitude, because I'm like, how am I 72% African and look like this, right? The one thing my family has been, now what I believe after talking to Letitia for so long, we've had what I didn't understand. I only heard about the oral history. And we have been told for years and years and years, from generations, that we were descendants of King Menelik II. So some of us believed it, some of us didn't. When I did my ancestry test, I was like, oh, well, maybe it's possible. And then sis told me about the African ancestry test. And then as we move forward with her and Monty about going to Cameroon, I had foot surgery. They wouldn't let me come pray, that too. And Monty said, the moment you touch down in the soil of Africa, you will have an experience where you know you belong there, or something to that effect. And I can't wait. I cannot wait. I can't wait to feel the mother that is the continent of Africa. And so as Letitia goes through this experience, I cling to her. I cling to her in the sense of wanting to glean the information that she can share with me, because you're never too old to learn. We talk, and I oftentimes tell her, I love you to life, because I want her to know how much she means to me. I don't have the honor of being able to get my paternal ancestry tests because my father has now been deceased and I never knew him. So I don't know if there are other people out there. So if there are, I'm just going to ask that you all pray to have those revealed to me. But as she continues to go through this journey, I'm going to continue to grab hold of her coattail. Y'all know what that means. I'm continue to grab hold of her coattail so that she can walk me through that journey with her. And I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud that you are walking through this journey fearless. I'm so happy for you. And I can't wait to see what's going to come.
Girl, I can't wait either, because it's been a crazy ride.
That's okay. I got your back.
Thank you.
At least she was able to video chat with you a little bit while she was there.
Exactly.
Yes. While she was there, she was sick and I was recovering from surgery. But we got it done.
So I see some new faces have joined us. Is there anybody else who would have something to say? Jerome, would you like to speak? I know you're always quiet. Did you have anything you wanted to ask or to say? You're on mute. You got to unmute your phone.
There you go, brother.
No, I was just, I just enjoyed the conversation Muncie had about my son there. I really enjoyed listening to him explain to him about the color of his, of his skin. I think that was, that was real special. That was real delightful to hear that brother explain to another little brother. So, that was a real honor, to, to hear that. And, just to congratulate you on your journey. And I'm glad I'm a tag along, to experience the ride and just, and see where we can take it, basically.
Would you mind just kind of speaking from the standpoint of the soon-to-be spouse? So you may as well say spouse, because I know I said earlier that family is very important, making sure you have that support system. Can you kind of talk about what it felt like for you on the other end, being the one to have to wave goodbye to me?
Well, when you went to Africa?
Yes.
Oh man. Oh, well, I ain't really too good at words, but I'm not gonna keep it. I keep it short, but it was a lot of towels and rags, I'll tell you that. I mean, basically, it was more about, about you achieving your goal, because this is something that you wanted to do for a long time, and to see you accomplish that, man, was, about the, best thing I could wish for you, So, just to be with you along the way, and for you to, for your face to be lit up the way it was lit, and also lit even brighter, as you come home, was, was just enough for, just enough for me to imagine, and Hey, Tess. I'm talking to Leticia here about the African journey. I know y'all two always see eye to eye. So, okay, if you want to say a couple words to her real quick. Yeah, it's okay. you know she ain't gonna mind. Yeah.
Hey. I like how he passed the mic. Hey, Tess.
Hey. What y'all talking about?
Just her journey from Africa, and she on, with her AA, and this is her partner in business and everything. So, basically, she was just asking me to speak upon about her journey with Africa and my experience of her leaving, saying and stuff like that. And I know y'all talk a lot, so I was just, I wasn't passing the mic. Look, I like to pass the mic. I didn't pass the mic. I just wanted you. I know how y'all.
She talking about asking you about how did you support her.
I mean, just for the ride. Basically, you just basically just talk to her. Just give her a couple words. Basically, that was it. Okay. Just basically say a hi.
Hi.
Just basically say a hi.
So that was a very privileged journey to make that a lot of us probably will never make in our lifetime. So that was a blessing beyond blessing. And the knowledge that people that I've heard, the knowledge that they gained when they went there, I mean, it's beyond our imagination, because a lot of us, we get hearsay, here at home about Africa, and a lot of hearsay that we get even from our textbooks it don't match up to the real experience. And when you went there and you got the real experience, and to bring that back, you blessing us. You blessing us and your family as well. And I haven't done this journey where I went like you did and found out what tribe we from, basically, and all that. But I'm gonna hopefully learn a little bit of something this Thanksgiving when I go to my family, meet up with my family, because my oldest niece, she went and did that journey, and she's gonna feed that to us this Thanksgiving. So I'm excited about that. But my thing is, with so many people having advantage to go to Africa, how we using that information to change, the world, to change our lives at home, because sometimes it just feels like it's not on the downside. Sometimes it feels like, those things aren't changing. But when you get to meet someone and you hear their experience and they bring it home to their families, you have to humble yourself and know that change isn't overnight. It's one step at a time, one family at a time. So I thank God that He graced you with the opportunity to go there, to be a part of the change. So thank you, Boo. Thank you. And I know we're gonna sit down and have some words about this soon, because I know you're very gifted, in that area of helping us to learn what it is that we learn. And I pray for you as well, because as a person who tried to teach and educate and guide, that's not easy. Especially when it comes to grown folk and people who think they know it all. And I promise you, even the little babies that I teach think they know it all. I'd be like, come back here, let me help you. No, they don't want you to help. They know it all. So, that's how it goes. It's a process. So I pray for you, because you're out trying to teach. You out trying to teach. So I pray for you too, Ma. Love you.
Love you too. Absolutely. I absolutely agree with what she said about making sure that when we take the journey, because there are a lot of us who are taking the journey now, but the real question is, what are we doing when we come home?
Yes.
Are we staying connected to the Montees? Are we staying connected to the Moncams who have access to those regions? Are we making sure that it wasn't just a one time? And if it's a one time for you, hey, I'm glad you got a chance to go see the land. Nobody's saying that that's wrong. Nobody's saying that you don't have the leisure to be able to go, come home, and just continue your life. I, however, don't think that anybody with our melanin should be able to step into the land of the mothers and not be changed. So when we come back, we have to make sure that we are doing something with the knowledge, that we are doing something with the wisdom, that we are changing somebody outside of ourselves.
Amen, 100%.
You got Miss Avanti, can I pass it back to you?
Okay, well, I didn't really have too many questions. Everybody pretty much covered everything that I would want to ask. And you were definitely very thorough. So I did see some new faces. Did anybody else have any other questions for her before we call it a night?
Just want to say thank you. I'm living vicariously through you, and I enjoyed everything you had to say this evening.
Thank you. There are so many beautiful people. You are, I'm sorry, I will take the whole time up telling you how pretty y'all are. Thank you so very much. I appreciate that. I think I see another hand.
Savante, what was the name of the Facebook page? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump in that quick, but I was trying to get that. Okay. The Facebook page.
It is her name. Let me see, because she did post it here.
Are you asking me what my Facebook page name is?
MBODA Holloway.
Yes.
Yeah, just Princess MBODA Holloway. If you type those words in, I should pop up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Jerry, I've shared it on your WhatsApp, so you got it on your WhatsApp now.
All right. Thank you, my cousin.
Your cousin.
No brother, no more. It's cousin.
No. Brother is better because in the BAMILEKE land, there's nothing like cousin, uncle. So it's brother, or dad or mom. There's no auntie.
All right. Thank you for the teaching.
Yeah.
Okay, good brother. We see you.
So, Princess, I'm gonna say thank you. Thanks a lot. For sharing your journey and giving us a lot of knowledge as well, because I myself have learned so many things.
You're welcome.
And we all together.
I see one person has their hand up.
Okay.
Mentally.
Another question.
Yeah. I just want to say I wanted to thank you for this. I honor you and I honor even though we've met back in October BAE ritual, it feels like I've known you for a long time. And even before you spoke during the BAE ritual, I was connected to your energy, to your spirit. And I said, sister, that I have to. And when you said that, I'm like, that was it. That was it. And, I don't have any older siblings, but you are my big sister. And I just love you to death.
I love you too. I always say his name wrong, but he knows I love him. We actually attended BAE ritual together. We had the opportunity to be taught by Elder Mali Doma before he passed away. So that's what he's referring to. So he's the only person here that I can share my BAE name with. So it feels good to have that kind of, camaraderie with me. I'm glad you were able to join us. He actually got a chance to go to Ghana, was it? For about a week or two. And just so you know, Monty, he's one of the people who wants to join us when we go back as well.
Yes, it's always very, I would say encouraging to me to help and to be part of, this movement. To me, this is a movement. It's a serious movement that has to do with fixing our families again. And I came over here in this country almost 14 years ago. I am an engineer. I work in aerospace and energy storage. I could have easily just make my money and shut my mouth, right? I could literally do that. Just make that money and shut my mouth, right? But there is another level of consciousness here, and there's a huge gap into that I see that is affecting our community back home and here, and that has to do with knowledge of stuff. Because if we knew better here in America, we wouldn't have our young men acting the way they act on the streets. It's because it's a lack of knowledge in them, even in Cameroon as well. A lot of us doing certain things because we run away from the village. They rather just go in the city, not have to do anything with the village, because they have been taught that if you go, you take your bare hand, you stick on the ground, and you grab that mud, and you speak to it, and you take a little bit of it, you eat it. They think this is witchcraft, but they don't understand that's the most cleansing thing that we do. Like when you have stomach bugs. Did you know that we go eat the all right, I would just stop there. Maybe I don't want to scare some people. So, you know, yeah, this is something that we do. And we also use charcoal. We would make charcoal ourselves, and that black sissy dark charcoal, that's what we use when you feel like you're poisoned. You will use that charcoal, you mix with a little of a palm oil, and you eat it 3 times. That's it, you're good. So these stuff, we want to bring those kind of knowledge into our daily life, in our family, and make sure we apply it as African people. You can work with the Chinese, but the Chinese will never ashamed to practice his culture, even though he has a business with you. When it comes to practice his culture, they're not ashamed. Same thing with the Arabs. They're not ashamed to wear the stuff at work. But us also, we shouldn't be ashamed to practicing who we are, because it's the most powerful, it's the origin. So this is the fight. This is the fight that we in. And to me, I see that as a fight, because everything else around us is gathered to make us, we don't do that. You know, my sister that's from Haiti, it's the same thing. You guys were able to tap on a very powerful African deity to defeat the French. And they punish you with that, because you did that, because you dared to do that in 1804, to call on that divinity, which is one that we use when it's wartime, to give us courage, right? But that was a pure African thing that we rely on to be able to defeat them. So the plan is that you will never reconnect to that again, because they know when you do, you become invincible, right? Because at that moment, you already know the mind of your oppressor, because the first time they came, we were a little bit fooled by them, because we just wanted to help. We're a sociable person. You know, did you know, I know this is being recorded. Now, everything I say, remember, my brother Monkam knows, every single thing I say, don't take it as a truth, challenge me. And I love people who think critically. I don't like, you know, listen, because that's how you grow. There is no word for when we say white people. When we want to call them in our native tongue, we don't say white. In BAMILEKE language, the color white, we say infern tap. That's the color white. So we don't call them, when they came in the 14th century, we didn't say, hey, these are the fern tap people. That's not what we said. Instead, do you want to know what we said? Who want to know? Okay, everybody, beautiful, beautiful. We said, hey, these are the people who lost pigmentation, so we knew they were sick. I want you to realize this. We saw them as people who were sick. Because even their first encounter, this is in our oral tradition, a lot of them were stinking. They were not taking bath showers. We had to teach them how to make soap. This is real. These are stories that we talk. So in our tradition, one of the best things you can do is that when you have a stranger that's coming, you can ask my sister right now how my father took care of her. She was like, why is he doing it? I said, listen, that's what we do. He literally took her like his own daughter. If that was the first time you met her, right? They were two, same thing. So same kind of hospitality. We were extra hospital to them because their condition. We knew they couldn't handle what, we were handling. But they play into that extra hospitality to trick a lot of us. But it's not going to happen again. We know this. Because now we're building an army of people who know the game, especially you that are here, in the belly. You know them. So you're going to be helping us to explain to us who are they. That's why they're scared for us to connect again, because you will be in the belly of the beast. So you know the beast. So you will know the beast. Now us with some of the traditional stuff, if we connect again, that's it, game over.
Understand.
And that's what has been the fight.
Exactly.
That's what has been the worst fear. This is why they're going to do everything for you to take a trip to Italy. Like, as soon as you have a little money, you want to take vacation, you think about Dubai, you think about Italy, you think about Paris, you think about, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying that you shouldn't go there. But what I'm saying is there's a whole propaganda for you not to ever think about taking the trip to Africa. Oh, no, you're going to get kidnapped. Oh, these people are going to eat your life. Oh, they're a bunch of cannibals. Oh. Name it. Name it. There's a reason for it. Now, the same people who are telling you that, they have corporation there. We can't even count no more. America alone has more than 66 corporations in Cameroon doing business. None of them are brothers and sisters from here. They're all white people. And they are the same who are going to use the media to tell you that over there is war everywhere. If it's war everywhere, what are they doing there for business? Sister, please tell them when I take you to that cafe place in Yaoundé. Who did you see there?
It's going to be.
Go ahead.
Listen, we not only in the cafe in Yaoundé, but we also got the amazing chance to go to a party that was hosted by Unique Noah's father, who has an amazing resort there. And everywhere you turn, there was an Arab, there was a white person. And guess what? They didn't look scared. They didn't look uncomfortable. They were hanging out. They were drinking. They were flirting. They were having themselves a good old time, as if they were right in New York or Chicago or Detroit. I was astonished when I saw how many people with no melanin were there, just hanging out. When we went into the restaurants, we went into the cafes, they were there, they were front and center. They were not ashamed to be there. And they were greeting us like, this is my home. What you doing here? So he's telling the real truth.
Yes, this is what it's about. They will go there and exploit the land because we have been financially deprived for more than 400 to 500 years. They did what they did, stole all our stuff and brought to England and to the Americas and to France. Now there's a huge gap. It's like you going to a race with somebody, right? And then you attach a huge weight to your opponent's foot. And then when your opponent now start, lagging behind, you say, oh, why are you lagging behind? What's going on with you? But you're the one who attached that stuff, right? That's exactly what they do. And so they're there. They're there doing business, but they need to discourage you to never even think about going there, also doing business. It is possible. But most importantly, you'll be much more welcome because we understand that you are that lost found brothers and sisters who are coming back, right? So there's that connection. And we are working and we're fighting also for our government right now in Africa, because now we talk about governments, with borders, Cameroon, Nigeria, with all these borders that were not laid by us. We talking about doing the proper funeral to honor and to call again those who die crossing. That has to be done. We haven't done that yet. And that's a big mistake that these African leaders are doing. Guys, I cannot tell you how important it is not to forget those in the family who fought for you. If you know that this grandfather laid this foundation for us, you better honor him. If you know this grandmother laid all of this, okay, the land, the house that I'm right now, who started this? Oh, this grandmother. And then you never go to her grave to give her food or to talk to her. How you think you're going to succeed? You know, you can't, because she's not happy, because you forgot. The fact that she's not happy and the fact that it is her blood in your bloodstream right now to be a living being. Your vibration is conditioned by her happiness. Yeah, I'm saying this thing because we say this in our native tongue too. That's why the BAMILEKE particularly don't play with our ancestors. The sister went to our land and she saw we built a house where we keep the skull, like the head of our ancestors. We do that. That's a form of mummification that we still do. And the skull of my great-grandfather, which I carry his name, every time I go there to feed him and to tell him, like, listen, I will live up to his name. And that's how you also build self-esteem, and you build also resiliency into everything you go in life, right? Now, this level of notion and accountability, once we instill that back to our society, look how our family get fixed. Look how our young boys right now that are being demonized on the streets because they have no reference, how they're gonna all fix themselves. Because now we can connect them with references. Yeah, you know, so this is why this conversation, this is why this movement to me, I generally I directly connect my brother Monkam into this because it's a call. It's a call, and it's also a duty. Now I feel like it's a duty, and my sister is doing a good job right now to be also an advocate to tell people, hey, listen, I'm not just talking, I'm doing it. Because unfortunately, also in this thing, a lot of people just talk, but very few actually walk the talk, as we say. But listen and go with people who walk the talk. These are the ones that are going to be able to tell you really what's happening on the ground, or really what they see, or the experiences that they lived, right? And bring also, the courage that you need to be able to go through that. We're not saying that you have to come to Cameroon. No, it could be any part of Africa, but make sure you connect with those who are really going to show you these value and these traditions of the different part of Africa, because indeed that land is a promised land. And when I say promised land, I don't even have to prove it. Look, where does everybody go to get their goods and their whatever? I mean, if it wasn't for that land, we wouldn't be talking right now, right? The number one element that we use for this cell phone, we know what it is and we know where it is, right? So the vibration there is so powerful, very, very powerful, but they need to remove us. That's the aim, because the society or the system cannot survive if we are like my sister. The society won't survive. So yeah, I'm just urging you guys, to everybody take the pace, the time, and slowly we're gonna discover ourselves. And somebody like me, people know from this group, you can reach me personally. I'm always open to answer questions. What I know, I will tell you, but I will tell you the most honest way, exactly what it is. You don't have to take an African name. I'm going to say this again. If you're happy with the name that you have, you don't have to, it's not a must. because I know it's being monetized right now. Some people will get charged for it. If you're not willing to go to the process that my sister went to do it exactly how it's supposed to be done, you don't have to. You can keep or if you decide, like my brother Kwame Ture, which is one of the good warrior, freedom fighter, and advocate for the reconnection as well here in America. His original name was not Kwame Ture. He picked those two names. So he studied Kwame Nkrumah, which was the first president of Ghana. He created the African Union. Very, very visionary brother. He was trained by Marcus Garvey. You see, a brother from the motherland were trained and were inspired by a brother coming from Jamaica. So Kwame Nkrumah, the main he felt like, okay, he was truly about, honoring and fighting back for true freedom of Africa. He took his name. He researched again on this man in Guinea-Conakry. Guinea-Conakry is a country in West Africa, small country, colonized by the French. The country had a leader back in the 60s. His name, back in the 50s, I'm sorry, his name was Sékou Touré. Powerful president, very, very, very fearless, right? When France was giving so-called independence to African countries during the 60s, it was with one condition that Charles de Gaulle was giving them, that those countries, in order for them to be giving independence, they had to sign a deal that France owned all the resources. Sékou Touré said, no, I'd rather be free in poverty than be rich in slavery. He dared to say that to the French president at the time, Charles de Gaulle, General de Gaulle. So because he said that, France went on and raised almost 5 embargoes around that country. Literally wanted to starve them to death because he dared to tell them that. So he was a very fearless African president who really wanted the freedom. So Kwame Ture looked at these two leaders. He was like, you know what? I would like to carry the spirit of those two leaders. And he gave his name. He chose those two names he gave to himself. Of course, we know what he did here until he died. He was truly about the fight. Fearless brother. Right? So, but if you want to go to the level that my sister went through, it's another mindset that you need to have, because that's way more powerful, because she's going to the most effective spiritual side of things, because she has to perform some of the rituals. She has to be on the land, be able to do certain things I won't really tell you because it's personal, but there are many things that she's done in order for her to receive that. And it was not a short thing, because she was checked. She knows she was checked. I told her what was happening. Some people go over there and it's not possible. They're being sent away to come back. When she got there with her assistant, we know what happened with her assistant. We knew already, because when we did divination, we knew something was wrong with her, something. She never told me, but my father knew. So these things are no joke. These are science that we still use into today. It's real. Some of us still practicing those things. It is not a fairy tale from Egypt. 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, people always talk about things they don't know. These things we still doing it today. Because sometimes people talk about African spirituality, they always like to bring it back to Egypt all the time. I say, why do you all the time bring it back to Kemet? That's 5,000 years ago. What about these things that we still do today that's helping our community at every single level? So that's exactly what we're about. What are we doing now? What are the things that are left, and how can we pick it up and help our community? Right. So thank you. I appreciate so sister, you can
Avanti, if you want to take over, you can, or my Cam, whoever.
Okay. Well, if no one else has anything else, we can say goodnight. I definitely do want to thank you for coming and telling us all about your journey. And you have a very beautiful spirit. I just want to say that. I do appreciate you giving us your time. I know Sundays are, usually busy for everybody, so I know that was a sacrifice for everybody. I do want to thank everybody for coming and staying as long as you did. We definitely do appreciate that. And we can call it a night if no one has anything else. Welcome.
I know I'm done. I mean, it's yours. You're the beautiful host. So you do.
Yes. If I may just give an announcement. The four Sokuju, that the kingdom she went through in the BAMILEKE land is the kingdom of BAMENDJOU. It's led by a king that's leading that kingdom for 70 years, 70. I want you to let that sink a little bit. 70 years. And he's been leading that kingdom fearlessly. Now, he's going to be celebrating his 70 years of ruling in January 2023. So the celebration is 2-week celebration. It's going to start from January 1st all the way to January 14th. So I will be there, right? So, and with other people as well to be part of that celebration. There's going to be a lot of things going on over there. And so for those who are interested, I know it's some kind of a short notice. We didn't know about the date until recently, actually. It's actually only 2 days ago that I finally found out exactly when the dates when this is going to be taking place. But yeah, just for the information of everybody. So yeah.
Okay.
So that's a great opportunity for anyone who want to visit the motherland to go there and then to go through the same process Princess went through, and then she's going to be the guide also. So anyone who want to go, you got Brother Monte contact, you can get in touch with him. And then, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for coming.
Thank you.
See you next time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Right.
Peace and
Good night,
blessings.
everyone.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night.